our council meeting discussing the long-term plan. It's 9:32 a.m. We'll start the meeting with the karakia.
Whakatakata ki te uru, whakatakata ki te tonga, kia makinakina ki uta, kia mataratara ki tai, e he aka ana te atakura, he teo, he huka, he hohu, ti hei mauri ora.
Kia ora. Hey, thank you for that, Mr. Chief Executive. Thank you, councillors, for joining us again in the room. Always helpful when we're in the same place to discuss these types of matters. I thought just before we get into it, I thought I would just note for councillors that after our meeting finished yesterday at 4 o'clock, we had a Zoom meeting with the regional sector. And as part of that, we had a bit of a roundtable on where is everybody landing in the LTP space. And I just thought, for some context, I'd let you know that for 4 of them, they're sitting in the 20 to 25% space. Just to give you a feel for where that's at. There was 4 that were around the mid to late teens. And then there were another 4 that were sort of that 9.5 down to where we're sitting right now at the 6. Pardon me? And I'm just putting it out there, Councillor Smith, just for some context.
I had contact yesterday with another one, and they're at 2.4.
I know the one that you're referring to. That is not the number they're going out to for consultation with.
They're leaving it to their constituents to make the decision between that and 11.5. So.
Yes, yeah. So an interesting, also not a race to the bottom, I suppose, too. Just wanted to put that out there for councillors, just as some context as we work through our discussions today. All right, we still have a raft of work ahead of us. We made good progress yesterday, and I really appreciate when we've got matters where there seems to be some consensus, there seems to be a level of comfort. The quicker we can move through those, then the more time we have to spend on the items where we would like to go into more in-depth debate on the way forward. So we're going to start today with the coastal and marine. And then we took care of the maritime services yesterday. So then we'll continue through sequentially. And at the end, after all of the business cases, we will revisit the biodiversity biosecurity one. They're still doing some financial modeling on that, just based on some of our decisions yesterday. So that's just giving you a lay of the land. I do really hope that we can get through all the business cases today and even have time to move on to the groups of activities. So we'll set that as our ambitious target. We'll do the day in 3 sections again. So we'll have about an hour and a half now. We'll have a break. We'll go another hour and a half, have lunch, and then another hour and a half after that. And again, we will endeavor to finish around 3 o'clock. So we've got some time at the end of the day. Okay. So we'll crack on to the coastal and marine strategic priorities. So this is page 42 and also page 445 for the detail of the business case. Tracy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, councillors. Unfortunately, you have to hear me for another 2 of these, and then you'll get a break from my voice. So that's great for all of us. So this is you've had the detailed business case now for our coastal and marine strategic priority. We have incorporated into that business case comments that council has shared with us in December. I think importantly, based on the biodiversity conversation we had yesterday, I do just want to highlight for councillors when we're talking in biodiversity and the biodiversity and biosecurity business case, that predominantly is terrestrial biodiversity. So there is provision in this business case to increase investment in coastal and marine biodiversity. It's an incremental investment. I will remind councillors of comments I made in December that we haven't invested in this space through any LTPs in 9 years. We had no investment in our coastal and marine environmental monitoring or science, no increase investment in the last LTP or the LTP before that. So it is time. It is a third of our region. It is a significant part of the region and is a significant receiving environment. The 3 bullet points up there, it is really around the information gaps and will assist us to implement our coastal plan and see if we've got some of the triggers and thresholds right. In accordance with, is there all good? In accordance with the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, we had to identify degraded water bodies in the coastal plan. Our coastal plan presently identifies the Firth of Thames and Whakatau Lagoon. So both have implications from a water quality perspective, and also to refer back to our State of the Environment monitoring report. I have Mike with me, and I was thinking yesterday I introduced everybody as Mike and Thomas. Dr. Michael Townsend with me, Mike, who was the author of the business case, so can respond to any questions, Madam Chair.
Sure.
The first line talks about encompasses 1/3 of our region, and you've just talked about 1/3 of the region. To me, a coastline isn't a region. So explain, please, how you make up 1/3 of the region from a coastline.
Yep, so our spatial extent for the Waikato region, as identified in statutory maps that were developed in the 1989 local government restructure, goes out to the...
You talk about the 12-mile limit.
12-mile limit. So that is 1/3 of the entire region over which we have governance.
Right, okay.
So including the coastline and that area, it is 1/3 of our region. We don't often think of our region extending out that far. We commonly look at land.
Don't get too many constituent calls from the fish.
Yeah,
So.
no, it was just the way it was written and focusing on coastline. But okay, I get it now. Thank you.
Probably.
We regulate the fish that Warren catches.
That is a very big conversation if you want to know what we regulate in that coastal marine area, subject of many workshops. Yeah.
All right. Sorry, was there any further presentation you wanted to go into, or?
No, I think that's a great introduction from Tracy. I would just add that obviously coastal and marine environment is critical to the people who live on the shores, the importance there, but it's important to everyone, regardless of whether or not we go and actively engage or whether we stay inland. We're still receiving the benefits of a well-managed and healthy marine environment.
Thank you. All right, I've got Councillor Dunbar-Smith and then Councillor Nicol.
Yeah, the aquaculture guys do a lot of water monitoring themselves because they're obliged to under consents. What access do we have to that, and how do we use it?
That is a tricky one. From the perspective of there is difference between kind of consent compliance monitoring and state of the environment monitoring. There's a series of reports from 2015 that we commissioned that looked at the way in a perfect world, in a better world, we would integrate all of the data that is accessible to us. For the moment, we are in a place where those are separated in the ways that we manage consent and compliance data here. So we don't have access to all that data. We do utilise some data where we can, but largely those are still separate. And that was one of the things I talked about in the strategic outline case around how we handle consent data. So we have worked with Coromandel Marine Farming Association. We still work with them, and we are looking at better ways of utilising data and making sure that we are not ignoring or replicating data that already exists.
Because they have to monitor after floods and things like that to make sure that the water quality is sufficient to be able to harvest. So there would be regular monitoring going on about water quality. It would seem to me that if the Firth has got issues, that would be one of the things you'd certainly use. And secondly, what's happened to NIWA and why are they pulling out?
Yep. Okay. So the first one, I think they monitor fortnightly for various parameters, not all parameters, and certainly that would add some texture to an overall assessment of the Firth. Our monitoring of the Firth is around both a temporal and a spatial measurement across the Firth. So we couldn't solely rely on just aquaculture data in terms of those locations, but yes, would add some richness. And as I say, with regards to monitoring, we are looking at ways of improving that in the future. So in terms of using the same equipment, using the same calibration, so all of that sits together, so it can be used in the most kind of harmonious way possible. In terms of NIWA, I can't really speak for NIWA. Across my understanding, across science sectors, across CRIs, there are financial pressures on them. They have reprioritised. They have pulled out of other large-scale monitoring, the rivers network, in terms of their prioritisation. But their mooring, which is in the outer Firth of Thames, my understanding is there's not currently a plan to reinstate that.
And also page 457, you've got the map. It looks like most of our monitoring is going to be in the lower Firth rather than out where the aquaculture is.
On that map? Yes. Yep. That monitoring structure is focused around depth contours, moving out kind of 5, 10, 15 metres. The Firth of Thames, in terms of, just to make sure we're not, the semantics of it, is considered as a line from kind of Manaia Harbour kind of across. So this is the design specifically for what I'm identifying as the Firth of Thames.
So if the Firth of Thames is a degraded water body, to what extent is that coming from Auckland as well?
Predominantly from what we are, the things in which it has been classed as degraded in terms of low oxygen and in terms of pH. These will be predominantly coming from the inner Firth, from the rivers, in terms of the levels of eutrophication sediments which are leading to these this classification. So it's not, whilst there is obviously kind of nutrient exchange with the outer Firth, this is not an Auckland problem that we are inheriting. It's predominantly us.
Okay. And then finally, in terms of sediment, obviously when you get huge downpours on the Coromandel, you get a lot of sediment. Is not much you can do about that, is there? What's the suggestions around how you, when you're monitoring it, but what can you do when you have roads collapse into the harbour and things like that?
Yep. So sediment is probably, one of our number one issues in the coastal space. Obviously, that kind of interacts and temporally its interaction with kind of climate change, depending on what kind of scale you're looking at. Yes, obviously, in terms of big events and events that will change over time, in terms of those repeat storm periods, very, very difficult to manage every single place all of the time under those events. However, if we look at land use, if we look at some of the places where we saw big issues associated with certain land use types around forestry, the sedimentations I've recorded in places like Wharakawa, Whangamata, clearly there is a link between how we manage the catchments, the activities we undertake, and the effects on the coastal environment. I'm not going to say we're going to be able to stop all sediment plumes forevermore if we invest X amount of effort, but we certainly can modify how we're impacting the marine environment and the kind of the frequency of those kind of sediment plumes and their duration. So in certain places we will see those. They can be relatively short compared to those which kind of persist for long periods of time.
think, Madam Chair, also to respond to that, on the back of one good thing that did come out of the floods last year, and the whole weather events, I think, is we've got some really good data now, and our spatial information team are using that data to develop some predictive models. So we're actually able to determine not only what has happened, but given X event, X type event in this type of area, we can expect to see these impacts on the land. So we'll have some of that more future-looking predictive modelling, which I think is a richness we've not had before.
Councillor Nicol.
Thanks. Hi there. I had somebody mention to me the other day about the Hauraki Gulf not being that far away from being a dead zone. Mentioned something like 25 years should it all trend the way it is. Is that correct? Or something along those lines? Because I know the state of the Gulf says it's a degraded water body, but does that sound about right?
I'm not sure on that specific prediction. One of the things I would say in terms of the tipping points and the fear of tipping points is very, very difficult to predict. The only way we found out how to find them is to cross them thus far. So, there's been concerns around the Firth for a good period of time, but obviously in the direction we're tracking in terms of climate change exacerbating things, affecting things like oxygen saturation. So the lack of oxygen will become more of a problem in a warmer future. It's certainly moving in that direction.
Okay, thanks. And I appreciate your comment before on saying that a lot of it is coming from the Waikato side. I can imagine there's a lot of dilution from the Auckland side that helps that out a bit. And I was surprised to see in the report that we don't actually contribute as much as Auckland to the Hauraki Gulf, State of the Gulf report data set. Although, I shouldn't be after going through all the coastal plan process with you. But it would be really cool to contribute to that, considering our impact on the Firth of Thames. Really keen to support that increased monitoring that you're proposing there, and that's already happening for the Waiho and Piako river mouths and such. Finally, I thought it was interesting in the report as well, it said about it's hard to assess the value of ICM activities. And there was something else about our activities contributing to having effects on the sensitive receiving environment. And so I just wanted to explore that a bit, because my understanding is that, we'd have consents for those activities that we do. Wouldn't part of those consents be to monitor the downstream effects? And if so, is there a reason why that doesn't extend to the Firth in itself anyway? It might be a question for Brent, or I'm not sure, but it's just keen to understand that, because you would not want to be in a situation where we, as a regulator, give consents to ourselves, that those consents aren't very tight around the receiving environments we're impacting. That was something I just took from reading it, so if you have any feedback, I'm just interested. It's a sensitive topic.
Yeah, I think that the point there is, again, it's monitoring the effects of our activities on the environment as opposed to monitoring the environment.
Right.
So I would think there are, the conditions that you would put on a consent for monitoring need to be related to the activity. If that was to extend into the Firth of Thames, how could you directly attribute it to one particular activity, which is the exact differentiation between consent-based activities and state of the environment monitoring.
Claire, so our conditions are likely to be closer to the activity.
If I may, also on that, I think so some of those words are kind of directly from that kind of operative review, but I'd also split that in terms of the positive impacts in terms of those ICM activities, not necessarily consented activities,
positive or negative,
but the kind of riparian planting and the various activities actually being able to measure the net benefit of that, and broadly speaking, it was around there just not quite being enough data to really show the values of those sorts of things.
Yeah, no, I'm a real fan of us doing more environmental monitoring too, and then anything to help demonstrate the productivity of our work. It's got to be a positive thing. But yeah, for me, a large part of looking at this business case was that what I want to bring to this is that we don't want to undercook this after not delivering on it for so long. And so, because ultimately it's everybody that loses out. The Hauraki Golf Forum recently did that whole natural capital review of the golf and how much it's worth to us, so we don't want to lose more of that. So I'd be looking at the preferred option in your business case, but I'm keen to explore after I've let some other people speak, what some of the other topics are from the better option that could be added after we've explored which ones would be really worthwhile. Yeah. So, but just as a heads up, they are the things like extending to the Wheretoa Lagoon, since it's in degraded water body as well, and it's nice to be equal across degraded parts of our region. And the SOND tech purchase, the additional estuary water quality monitoring, the extension of the Mataranga Māori piece, and that's mainly for a similar reason I raised yesterday about signalling long term about commitment. So that wouldn't necessarily be increasing anything in the next few years, but just making sure the signal's in there to give that confidence. And the two favourite ones, I think, at the moment would be the intertidal habitat mapping, because the 99.5% seagrass loss over 10 years is pretty scary. And it'd be really interesting to know whether over 5 years, or if possible even more frequent, whether you're losing 99.5% in 1 year, or in 5 years, or in 10 years. And the rocky reef health was really important. I think so. Just as a heads up, those are and to explore what those cost and if those might be worth adding.
Okay, I'm just trying to look through that business case and find those the better. It's under, okay. It would be helpful if we had consistency of approach on some of these business cases, so we're not moving from a multicolored table to some other approach of communicating with us on that. Just a note to whoever's listening. All right. Hey, thank you for that, Councillor Nicol. Councillor Marr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Mike, look, totally in support of this business case. In fact, I actually think you've undersold it. As we mentioned, a third of our region is coastal, and we're only looking at increasing the monitoring in that lower Firth area. Understanding the lower Firth is a different marine environment to the outer Firth and what's going on. And contrary to some of the concerns of my fellow councillors that we're hammering the farmers for what's going in, I just want confidence that the monitoring is actually going to basically pick up things like our estuary flow, the sediment going in, the levels, resuspension, what's going on through that spot. The big effect, as Ben touched on, the weather events, see it all round the Coromandel, certainly, that flooding events, storm events, and that create huge sediment blooms throughout all our harbours and estuaries. Also picking up on the fact that you've got there in the business case, just talking with local involvement. We've got flounder fishermen. A lot of people don't realise there's actually prawns in that lower Firth, that sort of thing. They live in that muddy sediment bottom and that sort of thing. So it isn't a dead space as such, but getting information back from those guys on what they've seen over the years. Also the Mataranga Maori side of things, just with 118,000, does that also kick into the Te Ao Maori case that's coming before us a bit later, or is that completely separate?
Separate.
So that's separate. So that 118,000, is that FTE, or is it extra staff, or it wasn't noted?
Yep. So the kind of general plan at the moment, and obviously thinking about going through a co-development step over the first year, that would be to fund time, predominantly a kind of 1 day a week kind of kaitiakitanga who also has an additional project around SOE, and then there being some expenses for kind of hui, recognising people's time and organising those types of events.
Okay, so that just moves me into the expenses and things like that. Page 473, we've got servicing of buoys 184k, buoy procurement 270. There's more servicing 33. The you stated the yearly cost currently to monitor is 300,000. That's only 2 buoys in place and 10 other manual monitored sites. It just doesn't sound like the figures that have come through in the budget are actually enough.
Right. Okay. Yep. I can talk to all of that. Maybe start with. I think one of the key things in terms of you highlighted some of the issues and across stressors and across space. One of the things is this business case adds to our existing capability. It's not a zero at the moment. In terms of the expertise in my team, people like Dr. Steve Hunt, his understanding of sediment dynamics is kind of exceptional, and across the country. So being able to integrate different measures, direct empirical measures, use of satellite images, some of his work on the West Coast to do with sediment plumes. So we are kind of really pushing the boundaries and moving in that direction. And also with some of our existing CapEx, so in terms of the ability to look at weather events, we've had equipment deployed in the Waihau recently. We're out next week again. So we are understanding, we are investing our time and efforts in the spatial and temporal understanding. And that's what we've got so far. This business case will help to refresh, re-energize, and replace, update some of the equipment that we need. And so, yes, appreciate around the Mataronga and maybe extending that a little bit more. Yep. In terms of the costing, so at the moment we have the buoys. We don't really have servicing in place for those, and we have the kind of Firth of Thames kind of monitoring program. And the kind of growing costs of that. This business case, as I say, integrates with our existing funding, and we believe we understand that this will deliver kind of what we have outlined. Yes, you can always add in an extra 100K, and if something fails, all that. But we feel at the moment this is a kind of good prediction, not too under, not too over, and we'll be able to deliver that. And again, over the over the 10 years, particularly with the Firth of Thames monitoring, at the next LTP, we'll be able to explore, exactly, is this exactly the scale of the program we need? What do we need for the following 3 years after that?
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to outline that it is on top of existing funding, and I understand the pressures we put on you for constraints of funding as we move into this budget. And yeah, it's just really critical for me that state of the environment, it indicated the lacking information that we are seeing in the data spread across our coastal and marine environment. So thanks for your input, Mike.
Thanks for that, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Mike, thanks for your presentation. I'm all for monitoring. I don't have any problems because we have to measure what you can measure, you can manage. But I want to go back a stage. I think we're putting the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. And I use the example of Waikato. Anybody who's a regular user of the Waikato boat ramp will know the sediment keeps building up in there, and some of it's obviously from weather events, which have been going on since Adam was a small boy in short pants. So there's nothing new there. It's a significant cost to clear it. But I've not seen anything done to try and mitigate that runoff. Now, we know where it's coming from, up in the hills, but are we doing any work? Is there any research being done to find ways of stopping those events causing the sort of degradation of the waterways? Because that sediment goes straight out into the Firth. You can't stop it. Once it gets down there, it's too late. It's got to be stopped further up in the farmland. So I'd like to think that we are committing some time and effort, and not obviously necessarily dollars, into researching how we can actually stop those occurring. That's only just one example. So yeah, I want to move it. Monitoring is important because that tells us what's happened, but it doesn't stop it happening. And I want to see us focusing on ways of actually stopping that occurring. And, you might get some assistance and funding from the likes of the boat ramp and other interested parties who will also want to see this continuous degradation of the waterways stopped. Because it costs them money to clear it, there's a cause and effect and there's significant cost. So if we can reduce that cost, then they may well be prepared to fund it. And the other issue that I've got is we know from reports and from personal experience that a number of the snapper and this probably leads in from Jennifer's point about the dying of the Gulf. Snapper are apparently particularly the younger ones who can't compete for feed, they're starved, and that's showing up on the health of the fish. Which one's suggestion is that that's a result of sediment settling in the Gulf, and particularly in the upper part of the Firth, the Thames. So that to me is sending us a strong signal that this has to stop. Otherwise, we're going to lose our fisheries. Because if the younger ones are starting to die, they grow bigger and they're going to disappear as well. Thank you.
Councillor Clarkson.
Thank you, Chair. I think Warren summed it up really well. So I'm just going to try and add a few small extras. I'm again coming at this from outside. I'm still wondering a little bit about integration. So we have biodiversity, biosecurity, coastal marine, and I'm just seeking a bit of assurance about how we are adequately integrating the operation, because to me, I'll come back to it's the coastal land interface, which is the critical zone where most of the issues arise. And of course, you do mention estuaries and stuff like that in there, but I'm just still not quite confident that because of the way we define, for example, our coastal plan, which was actually didn't really address the issues on that coastal frontage, I would call it the coastal front, as referred to in the RMA. I'm seeking a bit of assurance there about integration and how these things fit together. And a bit like our chair, I am a little confused by this change structure in this proposal, because I'm trying to get my head around basic being preferred and then a category called expanded, which is different from what we've had in other business cases. And actually follow up on the comment that Councillor Ma made about, I agree, undercooked is possibly undercooked. And in order to assist us with that process, I'm wondering whether you could indicate some sort of priority you see in that category expanded. Are there any things in expanded that you would consider to be of higher priority than others if we were going to cook it properly? So, yeah, look, it's a no-brainer. We can't keep kicking this stuff down the road. How many years has this been kicked down the road? It's more than a decade, I think, and 1/3 of our region. I rest my case. Thank you, Councillor Ma, for your summary.
Yeah, I'll just respond to that. In terms of the kind of integration, and as you'll know, that this has been an issue New Zealand-wide for decades in terms of the separation between the freshwater and the coastal environment, and how we work in those really kind of transitional low saline or saline influenced environments. But I think the key thing here is that this would, as I say, would be a step change, would be the ability to work in estuaries, to increase our ability to work upstream, to go into those low saline waters, and I think from that, with the right attitude and the ability to do a little bit more kind of cross domain work, we will get there. We work very well with our colleagues, and separation between wetland, freshwater wetlands, coastal wetlands. I still think there's a relatively simple way of pulling those together. In terms of in the expanded thing, the two things that, and again, hearing from yesterday and today, as Councillor Nicol indicated, I probably would extend the Mataronga project from maybe 2 to 5 years. So you're not necessarily worrying about the following year in the LTP. So there's a signal that there is an ongoing commitment, and then looking at adjusting the budget that when you're determining what's appropriate. Probably the number one thing I would throw in is the 126,000 for allowing NIWA to undertake the full monitoring of the Firth of Thames rather than us putting a staff member on the boat. Just the logistics around that are already giving me nightmares, headaches to think about that. That would probably be the number one component. No, so this would be in our preferred option. We've said that we will put a crew member on their boat to undertake the runs, which would save $126,119 over 3 years. And again, that was just through the signalling that of cost saving being paramount. That's one, and that would obviously allow us a bit more time for that person not doing that run to do other things around the work program.
Right. So just so I'm clear on that.
Madam Chair, if I can make a comment. The way that these business cases were put together was so that there is the basic option, which generally is the preferred option that staff are putting through. Then there is the either better, expanded, additional investment option, so that should there be components of that councillors would like to see popped in and the money come out, that there are options in there for you. I guess the ELT and the business case writers were very mindful of affordability and very mindful of what a rates take could look like if we brought to you the preferred option being more across the board. So it is purposeful in providing this information because councillors as a whole may select a matter that they feel should be popped in. Great that Mike has provided some ideas in terms of his priorities, in terms of what he would like to advance. But if there are other things, that's the running abacus that Janine runs through these processes for all business cases.
Good. Just in terms of those two that you listed, I'm just making sure I'm on the actual same page. So the NIWA is on 467, right? In that center box. Am I correct? That's the one you're talking about there. And the Mataranga is on 470. I got those correct.
Well, they go on our piece of paper. On our white thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So just to be clear, the two suggestions that Mike made were the Mātauranga project extending beyond the 2 years that we have it in presently, and the 126k for the NIWA monitoring.
Can you just clarify, because I think on page 470 of the Mātauranga Māori, it talks about an expanded a 9 year to a 9 year project, and I think Mike might have mentioned extending from 2 to 5 years.
Mike mentioned 2 to 5.
Yes, 2 to 5. So that would be an adjusted, expanded option in that regard. Yeah.
Right. So if you had if you had your druthers, those are the two you'd have us as council focus on if we wanted to go further.
From what I've heard today, yesterday, yes, and then as Tracy says, a consideration of the other things.
Right. Councillor Cookson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine was going back to what Councillor Mayor had said also, that these are rivers that go in and out 3 to 4 times a day, and they are on clay silt flats. At this function of the river, most of that silt is actually not coming off farmland, it's actually material that's moving off riverbanks internally in the river and dragged backwards and forwards each day. So I'd hope to think that some of this monitoring is going to put that to bed, that this is not just agriculture land doing this every day, and is actually these are how these rivers function, and that this is just a natural way that these rivers function, that it isn't a farmer polluting, because he isn't sending silt 30 or 40 k's down the river because he's on sand, he's not on silt. So it's not him polluting the river up there. This is a river functioning in a tidal zone, that's what it does. So I'd hope to think that when you're doing this research, it's actually going to start showing some of these things.
Maybe respond. One of the great things about my team is a consideration across both space and time, and Dr. Steve Hunt in my team is a bit of a historian on these sorts of things as well. So understanding the previous activities in terms of what happened in those rivers and up in the gorge in terms of the mining and the sediments that came out, a century ago, and it's about integrating what has happened historically with what is happening today in terms of understanding of the river and its interaction with the outer earth. What we do know is that this system over time has changed from being nutrients coming from the oceanic source to now being predominantly from the rivers. And then there's the understanding of how sediments move through these systems over time, and also what improvements today will have over time. We do know that a lot of the sediments which have come out of the rivers are held in that kind of lower firth, either on the flats or are resuspended, and so do come into those rivers under some of these storm events. But it's about managing this whole thing and integrating over space and time. And certainly the monitoring we're doing at the moment, the investigation we're doing at the moment, understanding those kind of spatial temporal dynamics of these rivers, their structures, and how the sediments and nutrients move through them, those dynamics, that's all part of our work program.
Yeah, well, there's millions of cubic meters of settlement moving out of that river that actually isn't coming from the upper catchment every day. And that's what needs to be realised, that it isn't the upper catchment water supply that's doing this. And if that's not in the data that you're going to produce, then it's not worth having.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hadn't intended to speak on this subject. However, listening to my colleagues, predominantly on the other side of the table, there seems to me to be an issue that should be addressed or raised now and addressed in our deliberation, our final discussions. But the undercooking, to use that phrase, seems to be an issue here. It's been raised in other subjects that we've dealt with up to date. And it would be easy to say we can throw more resource at it. But I think rather than looking at throwing more resource at it, which is probably a good thing, we also need to be thinking now and throughout our further discussions about what we're going to cut out and get rid of, and whether that be a slash of $1 million or $3 or $4 million, and let the chief executive sort out how he's going to manage the business with less money. The other issue is the emphasis on biosecurity and biodiversity, which has come through this one and the one that we dealt with yesterday and lies on the table. Again, I raise the issue of, have we got our committee structures correct to give the focus to biosecurity and biodiversity that we really need? Or how do we manage our committees to deal with that? Because I know we've got it in ICM, but we deal with it in
EPC.
Warren's committee, strategy and policy. So I just want to throw down a challenge for people to think about going forward through these discussions is, are we, like other councils, just throw more dollars into the pot and charge our ratepayers more? Or are we serious about putting more pressure on our chief executive and his team to sweat some more and get the last drop out of the organisation before we burden our ratepayers? So I just wanted to raise those issues. It's a general issue, but it has arisen from this discussion. So there are merits in what my colleagues have said about this issue and whether we're undercooking it. But I just don't want to start throwing more money at it to deal with it and burden the ratepayers. We need to start saying, well, what are we going to sweat with the rest of the organisation? And I throw that challenge to our Chief Executive and his team to think what they could come up with overnight or the next couple of days. But and I know you might think you've already done enough, but there's always more. So I'm sorry to throw that at you, but I just wanted to raise it. Thank you.
And I suppose I would challenge councillors to say, I mean, from my point of view, the ELT and staff have responded to the previous commentary from this council, and this is what they have put forward. So if councillors, and I agree with you that to date on these, for the most part, we've said, oh, actually, we'd like a little bit more there. And so if we want a little bit more, but don't want a fundamental change in the rating outcome that's already been, the draft rating that's already been put on the table, then we need to signal. Councillors need to signal that actually the basic is too much for us, and we're willing to go even, a further cut on something. I'm not saying that's my position. I'm saying that staff have responded to this council's discussion and direction so far. It is now on us to say we're willing to go slower on this particular area because we want to go further in another area.
On record as previously saying, this LTP for me is about redistribution towards the priorities of this council, as opposed to throwing a greater burden on the ratepayer. Thank you.
All right, I've got Councillor Nicol again.
Yeah.
And then I've got Councillor Kneebone and Councillor Downard, sorry.
Happy to let others go first. The first
Yeah, I think that would be good.
I was just going to say in response, it's all well and good, Noel, if we've got somewhere to cut it from, but the reality is we haven't been doing hardly anything in this marine biodiversity space. It really is that simple, and it's all well and good to chuck off at other councils for, I forget the terminology used, but just charging ratepayers more and more. I don't know the details of all the councils that the chair mentioned this morning, but I do know that some of them have done very little, if anything at all, in the farm planning water quality space. Hence, they're now faced with massive big rate rises to try and catch up to just a very basic level of service. So I think it's all well and good to send staff away to find cuts, but a lot of us we've all been here for over a year now. A lot of us longer. It's up to us to come up with the areas of work that we think we're that one or two of us might think we're doing too much, and put those up as suggestions and debate them.
Understand. Great. Okay. I've got Councillor Downard.
Oh, I agree with Noel and Stu. I mean, it's going to be hard for each one of us as a candidate, as a regional councillor, because there's 13 others in here that have got different views, different contingencies of ratepayers and stuff like that. Mine down there, as I said before, I've got a large percentage of retirees. They can only take so much of rate rises going up so far, and yet we've got the responsibility of, all the different entities that we've got, biosecurity, transport, the attachment and everything like that. So it is a hard one. Yesterday we said biosecurity needed more, but that was an extra percent. So do we keep on going an extra percent, or do we have to chop on something else that we're even still passionate about? I mean, we're passionate about all the entities, to be real. We want the best for the whole of the district. But, again, rate rises, it's always the property people. And we've still got 40% of mortgages to come out of the 3% to go to the 6.9%, which is a huge amount this year. They'll come out in the next 6 months. So, things are going to be tight, So, yeah, it's hard for everyone.
Councillor Nicol.
Thanks. And hey, not at all surprised every time we do this, that kind of commentary comes up. And I just want to let people know that when I'm looking at adding things extra, I'm trying to understand and dig down into how to make that's proposed, the most of what we wanted out of it, make it the best business case it can be. And then we do the trade-off towards the end of the meeting around priorities. But there's no point trading off things that are not the best they can be. So questions that I just had was, it said there that mesotrophic deep over 50-metre reefs are out of scope. I was just wondering why, and is it a large part of the region?
Yeah, sure. So that's one of the areas where I think we're best probably partnering with other people and using our influence as opposed to necessarily using our dollars. One of the reasons they're often a bit further offshore, more difficult environments, more expensive environments to get to. So the deep reefs off the Mercs, for example, or out of the Ordamans. Often just working in deep water, it's just really tricky in terms of the amount of cable you have to put out, the size of the vessel, the ability to lift equipment back up. So it just kind of raises the kind of the cost and the complexity and the challenge to us. So yeah, our focus is more on those specifically in terms of the kind of mapping and the monitoring of those kind of shallow reef systems. We do work closely. I have meetings with DOC and Auckland Council monthly, and there are plans to across the Hauraki Gulf in terms of the various actions that are happening at central level. We are kind of talking and working together. So I think that's an area where, as I say, we can use our influence more than our dollars.
Okay. And is it much of our region? Like, is it much?
As a percent,
with most of it quite shallow. Is it more like more than 50% or less than 50% would be deep? Sorry.
Probably more, so it would be a small percentage which are deep reef systems. Predominantly it'll be kind of deep soft sediments or kind of in that 50 to 70 metre range. I can provide you a map at some point. I'm just curious. But yeah, we do have a number of those deeper reef systems, and we're often slightly less confident in exactly what's there. So yeah.
It'd be quite cool to, in 3 years' time or 6 years' time, to look more. The other question I had was around the other items that I mentioned about that I thought looked really interesting, that above the two that you mentioned, which was the rocky reef health and the intertidal habitat mapping. Were they very high on your list of also being important?
So that's
is that just me?
Yeah. So in terms of the intertidal habitat mapping one, I just make it clear. In terms of the expanded option there, really, I think that the best option is actually us doing the work in house, which was the preferred option, and through that FTE.
Yeah.
The expanded option was just really saying, actually, if we're not going to do this ourselves, this is the kind of cost you would be getting someone external to do that work, and really emphasising that it is quite expensive to do externally.
That's all good. Yeah. Do we still get the increased frequency, though, in that preferred option?
Yes, we would have to just work through the logistics of that. It might not quite be at 5 yearly. Our intention would be to do it, regularly. Again, we would have to see how that worked with the staff that we had. Yeah.
Yeah. No, the reason it came up for me was because I thought, okay, so over 10 years you've lost, as an example, the 99.5% seagrass in this area. If you actually then also want to respond to that in any way that's meaningful, that frequency obviously might need to be shorter, and so that was important to me. And what about the reef health?
Reef health, yeah. And yeah, on the point around what's changing, over time, one of the things could be to prioritise the mapping of estuaries, harbours that are changing more quickly than others which have been relatively static over time. So there is a kind of hybrid model there. And yeah, ideally, as you say, you would be intervening before the big problems, not being the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. Specifically with someone like Wharekawa, and Councillor Mayer may also know, in Tairua, we suspect that seagrass has died over a relatively short period, probably more than one stressor, but suspect that some of the heat waves that we've had in those very kind of shallow intertidal systems has probably been the nail in the coffin for seagrass in those examples. I suspect we're never just looking at one stressor. It will be an integration of those. In terms of the expanded kind of the reef program there, yeah, again, from an area of work that we haven't really done so far, for me, the key thing was actually just getting the mindset that we are going to do something, that it is part of our remit. And so that's probably where that kind of that middle option kind of sat. This is always one of those things that you could throw as much money as you wanted at it and always do a bigger and better job. Actually, I think there probably is, a good reason to do a little bit more, to work a little bit more on those high value kind of offshore islands, to do a bit more work where we're not limited to just the coast.
Can I just ask, is the Fertile Lagoon covered in the preferred option? And I've read so much.
It's not covered in the preferred option. That is part of the expanded option. One of the reasons being that that does actually require a bit of thought as to how we tackle it. It's not quite so simple as just monitor it. Actually, there is a bit more work in terms of investigation and working into what has caused the problem.
Okay, so based on all of that, I'd advocate for the basic option and additional the two things that. Thank you.
Great. All right. I don't have anybody else with lights on. So if we look at this particular business case, we recognize that this is about how we deliver on all of that work that went in last triennium and this triennium in developing our coastal plan and ensuring that we can meet our obligations in that space, also alongside the State of the Environment report. I think that what I've heard from councillors is general support and recognition that we've got some obligations there that this business case could address. We've been offered a couple of options if we wanted to add some more. So thank you for that prioritization, because that's really helpful for us. It allows us to weigh up all of the pluses and the minuses, as Councillor Smith was talking about before. So thank you very much for that. Yes. Well, other than that, you had talked about a scaling on the Mataranga from to 5 years as opposed to 10 years. So just making sure that we know that cost implication so that we can consider it.
Yep, we can provide those figures very easily. Yep.
Right. Yes.
Really short, really brief.
Really short.
Yeah, I think for me, Mike, the critical thing is where you see any increased value, to come through, regardless of what you've heard around the council chamber, and whether that's Mataranga Maori or whatever it is, but where you guys see the value. And the other thing I'd just like to really emphasise is what Bruce and Chris touched on, and to all ELT, we've got to close that loop. So this information we're getting back has got to feed back into how we look at things that are actually causing these issues.
Yeah.
So that, to me, is really critical, closing that loop. We seem to do something with the left hand, but don't tell the right hand. Vice versa. Thank you.
Good stuff. Hey, thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. All right, now we are going to move on to critical infrastructure. This is on page 44 in the report, and page 490 in terms of the business case. Item 14.7 is the business case.
So, Madam Chair, just following on from the December workshop, the business case has been updated, including the elements of engagement that our elected members wanted us to refer to in the business case. For me, it's a bit of a no-brainer, given the conversations that Council have had, clear linkage through to both our infrastructure strategy and our financial strategy, is purposefully a 2-year project in order to feed into and make sure that the thinking is done prior to those conversations that we'll have in the next LTP. Mr. Keenan is with me. here to answer any questions as the author of the business case.
And this is funded from prior year surplus
Correct.
because it is short-term in nature. So, any questions or people happy? Yes? Good? Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Or Greg, Robbie and I discussed this the other day, and we just wanted to absolutely make certain that land drainage is included. I think it's inferred, but just absolutely it's included.
Just looking for confirmation?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Absolutely support. Thank you.
All right, and again, we don't all, if everybody's supportive, we don't all need to say that we're supportive. Can I just get some nods and we can move on? But understand if people want to make a particular statement. Ooh, and the light was off. I like that. Oh. No, I'm just, if we can move on, that would be helpful. Oh. We need a light.
I'm 100% supportive, but to me, the important issue is getting the right person and get somebody external to do the work. It's critical.
Can I just clarify what this project is? This project is a review of how we pay for and who pays for infrastructure. Just on the back of the previous comment, I just don't want it confused with a review of how we're organised and how we deliver some services through integrated catchment management. I just want to make sure that's very clear. Blair, can you comment on how you had planned that this would be delivered?
Sorry, I just need to get Blair a mic.
Well, I suppose we'd be planning on tendering for an external consultant to review the existing ways that we do it. So because there are different models for different schemes, we'd be looking at reviewing whether it was appropriate to improve the consistency between those. And so under the preferred option, the initial phase would be, I guess, a bit like a desktop exercise. We would review our existing systems. We'd look at alternative models that other councils might have or that we might be able to find elsewhere. Say we, the consultant, the successful tenderer. And then the sort of second phase of the project would be to test that. So effectively through going out and engaging with the people who are actually affected by the schemes. That's kind of a nutshell.
Would this also include potentially making recommendations to central government around how this infrastructure might be funded going forward?
I think
if there are some similarities with other regions,
I think it's almost certainly going to provide useful information for that. So I know that there has been a lot of work by the sector to try and persuade central government that that their institutions receive a lot of benefit from these schemes.
So that could be an outcome of this, that we've got further data information to go to central government and say, here's what we're dealing with and here's how you might help us to address that, right? Okay. All right. General support? Yes? Yes? Sorry, is that Stu? Sorry, Councillor. Oh.
So I'm not sure if this is a question for you or not, Blair, but my question's around timing. I mean, there was a report came out this morning on the radio. I didn't hear it, but others have been talking about it. That emission rates from Train Pete are nearly double what they previously thought they were. Are you comfortable that we've got enough information? Because it's quite critical in terms of, as you well know, is some of this infrastructure sustainable long term, the way it's currently funded? If there was a change to the funding mechanism, that could change the dynamics of whether or not it was affordable. But then if you factor in a whole lot of other stuff, around environmental concerns, sea level rise and things like that, that changes the dynamics yet again, you know. So you probably get the gist of what I'm asking, eh? And I suppose part of that is how long is it since we last did this? Was it back in the project watershed days 2 decades ago, I think, wasn't it? So there's a limit to how long we can go on without reviewing it. I get that, yeah.
Yeah.
If I could just comment, so it's a very good point you make. And I think that Tracy prefaced with this with the whole infrastructure strategy review, along with what we're trialling with the CITIF project. Along with this, it kind of has to tie together somehow. Yeah. I think that's acknowledged, and I don't know, Blair or Tracy, if you've got any comment about how we might be trying to blend it.
Other than the fact that I've been working closely with the staff who are involved in writing the infrastructure strategy, and the regional resilience team where the sustainable infrastructure decision-making framework sits, and I'll be continuing to work closely with them.
I guess what I'm taking from that is a signal that councillors are wanting to pick up on what Councillor Marr was saying about we have the right hand doing something, the left hand doesn't know. It's clear that this is integrated with a number of other aspects of the LTP that are in front of us. We're looking for assurance that there is, I don't know, phasing. That the phasing, the timing, the connectivity between the teams that is working, that are working on these different aspects, that it's a unified, we're all bringing our good information together so that we can take the region forward, more judiciously, right?
And look, I'll be quite upfront, and I know this is going to upset some individuals. There were comments made right at Christmas that the cost of running our drainage network, particularly environmental constraints, didn't exist 10 years ago or 20 years ago, are making it prohibitive, so it should be general rate funded. Well, I'm sorry, my view is that isn't a good reason to heave more costs onto the general ratepayer because everyone has drains to clean on land. It's just the fact that some of them have to be coordinated, So I just want to make sure that we're doing this in a really transparent and constructive way that can stand scrutiny,
That isn't what that discussion was about. That was discussion that the land drainage area that all of the community were getting to use, yet we're not contributing to it. That's what that discussion was, Stu. You've taken that way out of bounds.
So, okay, but I think we're clear. We're clear on what we're trying to achieve here.
Yeah, with respect, I'm just being really upfront. I had a very frank conversation with Noel yesterday. He knows where I sit. I know where he sits, and I'm just being transparent here. I'm
understood.
Not having a crack at anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Are we? I don't want to get distracted on that. It's either we're supporting or opposing this. That's the commentary I'm looking for.
I haven't even got to speak on it yet.
I understand that. I'm just giving you an indication that if you're going to speak, that's what I want you to hold your comment to. Yeah. And we've heard that.
And making sure that
we've heard
that my views are heard as part of this process. And I'm confident I've had a really good hearing, and thank you.
Great. Councillor Cookson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this, but if there's not institutional knowledge from targeted ratepayers involved in this, it will fail. So I'll take it out to our CEO. If you want this to work, it is going to have a targeted group of targeted ratepayers that will help you with their institutional knowledge, or else it will not. It will just be something you're directing to the community, and they'll just say, bullshit.
So can we get some clarity on involvement of stakeholders in this piece of work?
Madam Chair, we haven't scoped up an engagement plan, obviously, in great detail, because we need to have some certainty around the dollars and support or otherwise. Part of your instruction to us in December was to make sure that there is robust engagement that is provided for, and that will be across the board for everybody, including our targeted ratepayers, who will be impacted by the funding of critical infrastructure. This project, like the others we've talked about, previously, has no preconceived outcomes, has no preconceived ideas or biases. The whole purpose is to get as much input across the spectrum to get good information to inform the next LTP.
Yeah, if I could, the stakeholder engagement section of the document on page 508 of the agenda lists general ratepayers and targeted ratepayers as the first two items on the list. But certainly the intent is to do that.
Great. Fabulous. All right. Again, let's not belabor the point, but, sorry, are you finished, Councillor Cookson?
Thank you.
Good. Just hit your light there. I've got Councillor Nicol and Councillor Clarkson, but again, we're sensing support, so that you're good. Councillor Clarkson.
I'm in support, but I just needed to get that assurance. Well, I don't need the assurance. I trust the staff to ensure it's about the lens that is brought to bear on this topic. It's about the lens. It's about the knowledge and expertise of the external consultants. And just the brief will be critical. The brief will be critical. These guys know that, and I'm counting on them to do it in a way that really does explore these options to the fullest extent. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right. We'll now move on to item 14.8. So this is understanding and adapting to natural hazard risks. This is page 45 in the report. Item 14.8, page 510 in business case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Morena, councillors. So this particular business case, it is a renamed one. It was previously named Regional Resilience. We have named it Understanding and Adapting to Natural Hazard Risk, primarily because resilience is such a broad topic, and it was felt that this title better represents what this business case is covering. There are two main aspects to this business case in terms of the work that we do. One is the natural hazard information that we collect to understand our hazards, our risks, and what it looks like out in the community. The second and probably the most important part is how we work with our communities to work on their risks, to understand what they mean, and to look at developing adaptation plans going forward. And we've got a number of great examples of projects where we have been involved in, such as Wharikawa, Thames Coast, Port Waikato, to name a few. This business case builds on a decision that Council made in 2021 as part of the long-term plan to lift, quite significantly lift the resourcing in this area by $500,000 per year. And so that decision was made by Council in recognition of a lot of the same issues that we're seeing today. What this business case is about and the recommended option that is presented to you is, it is effectively the status quo, although it does require a small lift in funding to return to the decision that Council made in 2021. The reason for that is there was a reduction in budget during this current annual plan, just to recognise the progress that had been made. So what you see is basically a proposal to reinstate the budget for this particular work program to the additional $500,000 that Council committed to in 2021, but also a small reuse of that budget to incorporate an additional staff member to assist with the implementation of the program and the realisation of the benefits that that were initially envisaged in 2021. It is a basic option, and I guess one of my challenges with this particular area is that I don't think that the program is still in a building phase. It is still yet to really realise some of the benefits that were envisaged when the commitment was made by Council in 2021. And so what this proposal to you today reflects is a need to continue with that commitment over the next 3 years to really make sure that those benefits are realised. It also reflects, and you'll see in the business case throughout, a greater recognition of the interaction between this work and our sustainable infrastructure decision-making framework, because a lot of the same concepts that are applied to our communities also apply
in terms of the challenges that we face in that space. And lastly, it also requires a bit of a focus from being less reactive and more proactive. I guess at the moment, as a council, we do react to where there is community desire and need to engage in processes such as what we've seen over the last 3 years. We also have a lot of really good information that allows us to understand where our risks are, where our hotspots are, and therefore where we need to look at some more proactive engagement with our communities so that we can help to prioritise the resource that we have available in the space. I will pause there, Madam Chair, and await discussion.
Councillor Nicol.
Thank you. And thanks. Good renaming. Having been involved in this quite a bit and as chair of Climate Action, obviously, I have quite a bit of background knowledge on some of the work and some of the climate stuff that's driving it. I noticed that the ideal option fully meets, which is the 2 steps away from the status quo that you're saying is what we is currently being proposed by ELT. I thought it was a bit difficult from the papers to ascertain what the difference in cost is between the status quo, the intermediate and the ideal, just from the way that these are laid out. Could you help me with that?
The primary difference between, so there's three different options that are provided. I guess when you look at the breakdown of, so the next option involves some fixed term resource.
Yeah.
So I think 3 resource, so that would be, in the order of $300,000 to $400,000 per year over that period. And what that option represented was, I guess, a bit more of a focused effort from the team over that period, recognising that I guess we need to do a bit of extra work in the short term to get things moving, get them into a much better place. I don't have the figures to hand in terms of what the ultimate option was, but it did involve a
ideal was
number
5.5 FTEs.
Yeah.
So should I just extrapolate to 700,000 or 600?
It'll be in that order, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, when I read through the risks of not being able to meet the goal that we set in the strategic direction, that's also what led towards wanting to advocate for the ideal option, and reasons that I picked out from your papers here was it would be region-wide, which I think brings a real fairness across us spreading our attention equally based on a risk thing, as we always do, but giving the fair chance to everybody in our region to be able to start these conversations and get this information for them. The fact that work happens faster, obviously. I've had, I think, 3 or 4 or so local climate change risk assessment delays every Climate Action Committee meeting because Rick was pulled away with the Cyclone Gabriel and other events. And so the risk of always being delayed in this is something I'd like to mitigate due to the fact that we haven't built that internal capacity wider than 1, if not 2 people. And I think with so many other things going on in this changing world, being able to get this information to our communities to adapt faster would be really beneficial to them because it gives that investment certainty. The sooner the communities around our region decide what their plan is, the sooner you know whether we're going to be protecting this or not protecting that and everything else, which then gives that investment certainty. And also the risk mentioned here about not locking in infrastructure investments that wouldn't be suitable. So while we're waiting to do this work, the risk is that someone has a bright idea for another road here or another building there, which might then have to move after the community does its work. So I'm advocating for it being done relatively quickly. The reason I like the iwi resilience specialist in the ideal case is because I hear from our iwi partners that there are many marae who are ready to go. They're just saying, we're just getting on with it. And so there is that piece, but the engagement specialist that was in there for one of the FTEs, I think is super critical because it comes back to the same argument we're making in the STIF and the other bits and pieces where we say hard conversations need to be had. they need to be done well in consistency and with good relationships. So having a permanent staff member to do that engagement on this piece of work would really pay off to do it well.
Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I'm following.
Yeah, sure.
What you're, so are you, so this preferred status quo includes an additional FTE. Are you talking about additional FTEs on top of that?
Yeah, so if you look at the table of the 3 options, it's not the colourful table, although you're welcome to look at that too. It's the other one before it on page 540 and onwards or so.
I can refer to 539, there's a table that outlines.
Right, gotcha. And no, I am just listing off the reasons why it's better so that it's been said. And I'm almost done, no. The decreased reliance on contractors. So it's a point we make in a lot of the business cases. And having the best possible options explored. There's the risk mentioned in the status quo option that says, and even in the intermediate option that says we might not be able to explore all the options for the communities. And I think that would be letting our communities down because it's to do with their livelihoods, it's to do with their infrastructure, and it's to do with their homes and their place where they live. So I think we should do this piece of work really well.
So you're advocating for the ideal.
Yeah, I am. I'm just putting
and
it forward.
Just so we're clear, the additional
cost would be 600,000 to 700,000 or something.
In that order, yes.
6 to 700,000 over the whole 10 years, or 6 to 700,000 per year for the next 10 years.
Yes, so the ideal option involves a number of additional roles to the team on a number of fronts. And so that's where the cost would come from. This particular activity is general rate funded.
And as I've framed, I'm saying this as Chair of Climate Action. I feel I really need to. Basically on the background of as well seeing some of the data from 2023, which is showing that there's some real things to adapt to. So I'm going to leave it there for now. I just wanted to put that out there. I just want to hear from others what they think about all of that. And I'd be just welcoming the staff to say where they would land with their recommendation after they've heard everybody. But that's me having said my piece. Thank you.
Got it. Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Thank you. Well, seeing we're stating opinions, I fundamentally disagree with Nicole there. I think this is a sound proposal as it is. It's not asking too much money. The thing we have to remember here is that we didn't get a say in the CDM asking for 4 additional staff, one of whom is an iwi person and one of whom is liaison. So when you look at the 5 staff she's advocating here, 4 of them have already been given to CDM, which was mandated upon us. We didn't get a say about whether we were going to vote on that or not. So I think that we should stick with what we've got here, and that bear in mind what Michaela was saying earlier about, I mean, where I come from, Pyra was one of the lowest income areas, Te Ara was low income. I don't really agree with everyone picking the juiciest, biggest option without coming up with some solutions about where they're going to cut from.
Councillor Marr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just echo Ben's sentiments. Going through the Wharekauā coast work and also my work in TCDC, I totally back our staff experience and what we've got there. Alejandro's excellent and that sort of thing. So I do believe we have staff capability in that space. I do believe a lot of the communities are going to have similar issues. So we've already got principles that we've laid out on the way we handle these sorts of things. We've got this experience that we're working through now. These projects are quite a way down the track. So I would support the status quo as it stands as well. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ben. I just want to raise an issue with you're talking about the CDM. CDM has got its own legislation, and the group situation, which is all councils plus the regional council in the region, are responsible for providing regional response. Some years ago, when I was a member of CDM, the collective councils were unanimous in bringing the rating of civil defence within the CDM, and the vehicle that CDM uses is the regional council. And whilst the regional council has the ultimate say on whether it will undertake that rating on behalf of CDM, see them as charged in the legislation with certain roles that they must do. And to achieve those roles, this request has come forward. I still keep in touch with Civil Defence, so I've got some understanding of it and from where the genesis came from. So the reality is, whilst it may not be palatable because it's for more staff for the regional council, the reality is, through the legislative process and an agreement by all the councils in the region, it sits within this budget. So I don't really think it's apples with apples.
I hear your point. How do you have any thoughts on this particular business case?
I'm neutral on this, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Neutral as in you support what's before us now, or the staff recommendation? Yeah. Well, that's helpful. That's helpful. Councillor Strange.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Greg, for the report. Can you just reading through the report, the status quo looks good until you come to the risks, and the risks in the status quo are numerous for that status quo, and then intermediate and ideal are less based on who you choose to fill those roles. So can you just give me a level of comfort around those risks that you've listed for the status quo?
Just to direct our attention, where are the risks you're referring to?
543.
543.
Yeah, and there are certainly, I mean, those are real. And I guess it comes down to the level of effort that council is ready to put into this particular area. As I said, at the moment, I guess my advice to you is that council did make quite a big lift in investment in this area in the past during 2021. And I think there is still more work to do to realise those benefits fully before we take further steps. In the meantime, it's going to be around making sure that we prioritise our work to where it's needed. And I spoke about being a little less reactive and a little bit more proactive in terms of where we put those resources. The other challenge, which I think Councillor Nicol touched on, was often this program can be disrupted by events that come along, and I guess that's a broader business challenge, not only for this part of the directorate, but for the organisation in terms of building depth. It's certainly not reliant on one person. We do have a number of staff members that support the Regional Resilience Program, all of which are also building their depth in terms of event response and management. It's an area that we are looking at as an organisation as well, because there are some fundamental skill sets in the emergency management space that we are committed to provide as an organisation. So it really comes down to I guess cutting our cloth to fit the resources that are available, making sure that we're prioritising them in the right place, and then making sure that, I guess, our stakeholders and our communities understand what we can and can't engage in.
Okay. Is there the option to say in year 4 to step up into a more aggressive program in this?
To speak to the overlap, unfortunately, but certainly civil defence, and there is a natural overlap between civil defence and regional resilience in terms of the work that they do. But there is also quite distinct roles and responsibilities, particularly in terms of working with the community. Council has much more of a leadership role in this space in terms of leading that process and developing our hazard information, as opposed, I guess, to some of the specific roles that sit with the group civil defence and also local civil defence. So there will naturally be some overlaps, but I don't think there's a full overlap there.
So would you say that these FTEs are more proactive and then CDM would be responsive?
No, proactive in a different way.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, civil defence covers all the R's, and so they are certainly involved in community resilience discussions as well.
Thanks for
If I could just comment on that, they are different roles. They're not being budgeted. Civil defence roles aren't being budgeted or proposed in 2 places. So I just want to make that clear, quite separate. I think, what we're looking at here is that maybe it is how fast we can run. And that, we did put resources in here a bunch of years ago. We struggled to utilise all of that. And we probably, at a point now, Greg, I'm just looking for your confirmation where we think we can start to deliver more fully on this. And I think that in recommending put the money back to what we had in the last LTP, additional resource, is helping us get to that place where we can start moving forward. It's a good point that will we be in a place in a few years' time we need to go a bit faster. That's very possible. I don't know if you've got any comment on that, Greg, whether we want to forecast that now or wait till that time. And I think that the key is we do need to understand our hazards in the region, and have a very good evidential solid base before we do too much going forward.
Yeah, look, I mean, I can see, given the nature of the issues that this work program is dealing with, I can see some benefit to signalling a lift in the level of effort from council in outer years. It would also help our various partner agencies who get involved in these conversations to know what that what that trajectory will look like. There is, of course, always the next long-term plan to consider that, but the more that we can, signal where we're heading, the more that our partners can also align themselves and be prepared for it.
I think that from my perspective, it's a really good idea to signal, because I just reflect on just the time that, that I've been involved in this. The number of communities who are asking for us to engage in these conversations is increasing. Every evidence, the evidence that's put before us would suggest that that is going to continue. And we've already had conversations yesterday about how do we illustrate to our communities that we're not just planning for the next 3 years, we're planning for the much longer term. So I think that that's certainly something for us to consider. Councillor Kneebone.
Yeah, okay. So I guess philosophically, and I hear what you're saying, Ben, but it's often the impoverished communities that are the most heavily affected by a lot of these events as well, and we need to remember that. And I'm tending to side with Jen. However, I suppose just in the last 5 minutes, Chris and Greg, you've kind of tempered my enthusiasm a little bit. I mean, I obviously need to be able to continue the work program at a sustainable pace, and we can't run before we can walk, sort of thing. I guess I think we all find it really frustrating, the amount of development we see around New Zealand in places that we know it shouldn't be happening, and we see it time and time again, and there's a whole bunch of tensions that drive that you have to acknowledge as well. But I guess from you, Greg, and Chris and co, I'm looking for some assurance that we are progressing this program of work as quickly as we can, because we're as you mentioned, Greg, we are seen as leaders in this space, and we've got an obligation and a duty to be out front and be guiding well thought out strategic development.
Yeah, absolutely we are, and it comes on top of the effort, I guess, even pre-2021 in terms of the involvement we have in decision-making processes, providing information so that various decision makers can make better decisions around land use change. I think the challenge in terms of the outcomes that we see from those processes is often we're not the decision maker, and there are lots of other factors that come in. And so we do from time to time see some decisions that do raise our eyebrows, but we're certainly making sure we're putting our best foot forward, making sure we're understanding what's out there, working very closely with Tracy's team as well in the policy area to understand where there are plan changes, and really coming at this from a team point of view as well.
I mean, I find it immensely frustrating that I think if a lot of the individual homeowners knew of the risks where they're living, that I think some of their TAs have been quite negligent in allowing them to develop. We know that, eh? And I rode a bicycle through Papamoa in the weekend, and it's, geez, the houses are sitting about 2 metres above the road because the road's designed so the fucking sea can flush in there, It's
All right. Yeah. Okay. So in general, so far, I'm hearing support for the status quo, though recognizing that there's some future work ahead of us. We want to make sure we signal that. So I guess looking for any feedback of anyone who is not supporting that sort of a direction. Councillor Clarkson.
Yeah, I think this is one where I have to admit it's so complex, and it's got so many components to it that, you know, I'm still not really sort of hearing how it's all hanging together. And I think that might be possibly what Stu was getting at a bit as well. Because the intervention logic here is you have a strategic plan, and then that means that all of your problems go away. Well, we know that doesn't quite do it. And we also know that right now people could be making decisions about not building houses on floodplains and all the rest. So resilience is something that should be happening now. You know, building resilience should be happening in every decision-making process that we're running in the council already. Without a strategic plan, yeah, it might give us an overarching guidance and all the rest, but how long do we have to wait for a strategic plan? And when we do get it, will it actually improve the intervention logic? That's all. I'm just not quite there yet. I know we need something,
Yeah,
but I'm not quite sure yet.
and I think that I'm sensing that all of us are wanting that, right? We're all wanting to understand how all of these business cases hang together, because we do see similar things coming up in multiple business cases. So I think we've been loud and clear that this council wants to ensure that as we're making these decisions, that they are complementary and building on one another, and that if we're making any decisions on individual ones where we might be scaling up or scaling back, we need to understand as council, we need to understand any implications on the other business cases that are connected, but also just signaling that the expectation is that all of these are leading us to a better place in the future, whether that's us having the right information, us being able to communicate with the various stakeholders in our communities to ensure that we're delivering on our statutory requirements as well as the expectation of our communities. Right, I've got Councillor Nicol, Councillor Cookson, and Councillor Smith again. Very
real quick. I just wanted to round off that I appreciate all the feedback that's been given. So when I put that challenge out there, I said what I had to say as chair of that committee. And I like the things that you've summarised there, and that staff will come back to us if they feel that there is a time to ramp things up. And the question I'd put out there just to the ELT would be, what are you looking at proposing in the consultation document around this? Because to me, a logical thing would be to ask the community whether they want to go slow or fast kind of thing. It's kind of, you know, it's their call, it's their thing. Or are you envisaging something else? Like, do we fund it? Do we not? That kind of thing. Yeah.
So through you, Madam Chair,
Thanks.
I think my understanding, I think Janine's just is this wasn't proposed to be a specific consultation document?
Gotcha.
Sorry, consultation topic.
Okay.
Is it?
So it's kind of just built into the LTP.
If I could just add to that. So I think that yesterday morning, Janine sort of themed up, you know, kind of what this LTP is about, and is about resilience and trying to make our region resilient for the future, not just in the sense of resilience in a adaptation space here, but in the wider sense of the likes of biodiversity, biosecurity, the coastal marine, and that's where we had pitched that we could put some extra resources along a little bit here, but it is a wider resilience story. You know, we're trying to make the Waikato better in the future, making it more resilient today. And so that will be a theme. Janine, the question was just asked, would we have a consultation topic around this, seeing what the community think about
how fast they want
how fast we want to go?
Or is that kind of built into the general feedback we're asking for? It should be fine. It's just
for consultation, we just need to be really clear on what questions we're asking the community, and we need to have options to garner their feedback on. So if you want to consult, I guess the option that staff had recommended was really the continuation or reverting back to what we had in 2021. So I don't think there's consultation on that. It is, if you're, we just need to be really clear in crafting exactly what we're asking for feedback on, because otherwise it's not actually consultation. Well, it comes this week. So what we need through this process is clarity I think probably not necessarily on the exact questions, but on the nature of the feedback that council is wanting on which topics, so that staff need to draft all of that to come back to you on the 29th of February for that draft consultation document to be adopted or approved for audit. So that is part of the wrap that we need through this week. Yep.
All right. I do want to get us to a break. So just signaling that. I've got Councillor Cookson, Councillor Smith, and Councillor Downard. Councillor Cookson. I'm
prepared to support as it is up there, and I know how this is already affecting my communities. I've already have been rung about 5 properties that are having trouble getting building consents just because of the just flood protection data that's come out, and then Matamata Piako and that said, well, now you can't build there, and all these are the provisions that you got to. So communities are going to go through some pain. So I think this is far enough for now, and then you'll take the next step in the future where it needs to go to from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith?
Yeah.
Have you come away from your neutral stance? Are you going to be up front now? Sorry.
I've had time to listen to the discussion and form a view.
Good.
Isn't that what we're here to do? I support probably where Robbie's coming from. Is there enough? But can I just throw in this as well? We've got so many business cases that are really important. We're doing the ICM review. The infrastructure strategy is yet to be discussed. The peatland outcomes right at the back of the agenda. The replacement of pumps are coming up in the integrated catchment. Millions and millions of dollars to be spent. But should they be, we're looking at that if we look at the infrastructure strategy yet to be discussed, we look at retreating from the land, natural heritage and all that. What I'm starting to get concerned about is who's going to be coordinating this, who's going to be bringing it all together. And I see silos in this organisation. I've been associated with this organisation for 28 years in different ways, from land drainage through to being a councillor. So there are silos, and I know there's been work to break those down. But this huge piece of work, or piece of the work that we're looking to do, I am starting to really get concerned, because ultimately, if the peatland outcomes are saying that because of CO2 emissions, etc., we should retreat from land, then should we be even thinking about pumps and the likes? We need to have some sort of plan in place. And so my concern is who's coordinating
that integration.
Yeah. We might have integrated catchment, but I sat around the drainage table for so long saying unless drainage is at the river, because we don't have drains without rivers and we don't have rivers without drains, it's not integrated. So I really do have a problem in understanding how all this is going to be pulled together, and whether the chief executive can respond to that or whether he wants to right now. But I'm just raising it that this is a really important, but there's so much to the land use going forward in the next 30, 50 years could all hinge on what we're deciding now.
Yeah, and as I was saying before, that is the message I hope ELT is hearing from council, that we see overlaps, we see connectivity between these things. We need to make sure that as a council, we're clear on how all of this is going to be delivered in an integrated manner.
And certainly what you'll see in this updated business case, which is updated from 2021, is a much more explicit acknowledgement of the connection to our infrastructural challenges, to make sure that actually they are working hand in hand, as opposed to necessarily some of the community adaptation processes that we've been involved in that were outside of those areas. It's critical that the two work together.
Councillor Downard.
I'd like to just first congratulate staff through all the workshops that we had last year. Councillors, this document that we've gone through, the 754 pages, is virtually through the workshop, is what we've asked for staff. And they've come back with a great number, as far as I'm concerned, of 6.8. And, I think we've been a little bit harsh on staff because we keep on saying, well, this is the baseline, but there's always better, but it all comes back to a cost. So, first of all, I'll just say to the staff, everyone that, I think this document that you've come back is from all the workshops that were done. And secondly, I just endorse what Janine said, is that I'm very wary to ask questions in consultation, because the way that you word questioning, you get a certain answer. And, I'd hate for that to dictate on our decisions after consultation. That's what we're here for. We're here to decide what goes in the consultation out to the public, and then the public to then ask their own questions and come with that information back to us. So that's just a couple of comments.
Great. All right. So just to summarize, what I'm hearing is general support for the status quo, alongside an indication that this is not going to be fixed tomorrow or in the next 3 years, that this is that we need to be signaling to our communities that this is that there is a longer term commitment required. Wait a minute, have I gotten myself confused? Have I got myself confused? I don't know. I'm looking at you as I'm trying to summarize, and you're looking at me like, what are you talking about, Pamela?
So what's going through my mind is how that signal is made, I suppose.
Yeah.
So at the moment, through our budget, we've got a baseline status quo across the whole 10 years. The discussion has been whether around year 4 we need to signal some additional resource coming there or not, because there are those additional roles and additional options that have been included in the business case, which do provide a framework for lifting our effort. So I guess I'm in the hands of yourselves about what we include or not.
Yeah, so I guess that what I'm hearing is support that in year 4, we are signaling that this will require a greater level of investment from this organization in this region to meet the growing needs and concerns. Equally, there's that integration piece and making sure that that we see how all of these bits hang together. All right. With that, I really want to take a break. What?
Yeah, I just wouldn't support jumping an extra $700,000 in year 4. But that's what the 5 extra staff proposed me. So maybe it's 300 instead of it doubles from 150 to it's an extra staff member rather than 5.
Can I?
Right. Okay.
May I say, I don't require the money to be there of, guesswork of year 4 onwards. It's just that the ELT take away that when they feel that there are more than just TAs that are coming to us, there are 11 in our region. Over time, this will ramp up. Come back to us and ask for more when you need more. That's all I ask.
Great. Thank you. All right, we're going to adjourn for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 11:30. again. Okay, so 11:33. We will reconvene. Okay, and we are now on the Metro Spatial Plan. This is page 47 of the report. In the business cases, it is item 14.9, page 5. Am I right? Have I got it right? At page 576. All right.
Thanks,
Welcome.
Morena koutou. So the first business case to discuss with you this morning is the Metro Spatial Plan. So maybe I'll pass to Sarah to just give a few words, and then we're happy to help with any discussion.
Okay, hi everyone. As many of you will be aware, this is the continuation of work that was started about 3 years ago to look at integrating public transport and land use in the Hamilton Waikato Metro Spatial Area. This business case is the next step in that process, which is looking at how we move from our current quite coveragey service to a much more ridership focused service, but also how we partner with our infrastructure councils, which would be Hamilton, Waipa and Waikato, to deliver bus priority and other items such as park and ride facilities in the metro area. Any questions?
And just in terms of the area, you mentioned Hamilton City, Waipa, and Waikato. Is there a reason Matamata Piako is not?
Oh, sorry, you are quite correct. Matamata Piako are also part of Future Proof and this MSP.
Just wasn't sure. I just wasn't sure if
you're absolutely correct. Sorry,
Okay.
apologies.
All right. Are there any questions on this business case? So this is not prior year surplus, even though it's short term, right?
No.
This is not funded right through prior year surplus. Just wanting to clarify that.
We have funding in this financial year that is from surplus that will carry us through to the next LTP period.
Okay, I've got Councillor Dunbar-Smith and then Councillor Grant. And
simply to say it's nice to see something that's jointly funded with other partners. That's all.
Thanks for that, Clyde.
Oh, thanks. Just looking at the target of reducing car travel by 862,000 kilometres per day by 2051. So who's the target user of the buses, etc., do you think, in the next 10 years? Who are you targeting? Is it the poor or the rich?
Oh, it's everyone.
So here's the other. So is there currently security for bus drivers on the buses?
So we have security cameras on all of our buses. We have worked with Hamilton City Council in areas like City Safe in the transport centre. So yeah, but the key to having safe buses is having lots of passengers on those buses as well.
So they defend themselves, because I talk to people on buses who use public transport, and they're concerned about the level of violence and aggression on the buses now. And that's only going to get worse, given that everything's quite divisive in the community. So, yeah, I just wondered about that. Is security something that you're looking at in future in public transport? Because I don't see how we're going to get people out of vehicles.
So there's security is part of the equation with public transport and always will be. But the focus of this work is very strategic. It's around getting the ridership network up and running. We have issues on buses where there are limited numbers of people. The more people you have on a public transport base, the more people you have in the hubs, the less likely these things are to occur, because there's more general oversight. There are more people, there are more things going on. So I'm not tackling security as part of this. This is a strategic piece of work, but we'll be raising the standard of our PT services across the board, which will have an impact on that type of issue. Yeah.
Okay, so just in regards to security, security is not part of this business case.
No.
But we can take on board
No, that's
comments
not.
and
It's an opportunity to
reflect back, I'm sure, to the councillor on other programs.
Yeah.
That
the reason I raised it is because there's a target to try to reduce vehicles on the road. How are you going to achieve that when people aren't going to be wanting to use public transport because it's not safe? That's just an opportunity to ask that question.
Yeah, and it's a valid question, and it's something that we work on every day. It's going to be part of the next round of contracts. Are going to obviously have to think about bus design, and it's just something that we deal with every day. But it's a very good point.
Councillor Hodge.
Yeah. I'm not sure where this question is going to go, but in public transport, and you're looking at the outer places like the Waipa, blah, 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 and I'm presuming that it's from point A to point B. So point B will be where they get dispatched in Hamilton. And then I wonder about where does the public transport fit into moving those people around Hamilton on a regular basis, because what is happening, I believe, is that people do come into Hamilton, but they can't get to point B, C, D, E, because there's no other way. So hence why they don't use public transport, because it's easier to use their car. So I wonder how this is all working out to make it feasible around A, B, C, D.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And I think it's on page, let me see. If you go to page 582, you'll see the two networks side by side. So on the left-hand side is the current Hamilton network, and there are feeder services that come into that network from Cambridge, TOMO2, and so on. In the past, what we've tried to do is develop a sort of coverage network that gets everyone roughly where they might want to go, albeit very slowly. If you look at the diagram to the right-hand side, you'll see that there's some big sort of white dots on some of these big thick lines. The purpose of those is that they're interchange points, and each of those lines will be operating at a high frequency. So we take the coverage lines away, and instead what we do is you'll come into Hamilton from the south and you might stop somewhere in Peacocks at an interchange, and that will allow you to go to the east or up to the north via the other side of the city. And that interchange will have an average wait time of 5 minutes, and those routes will be on bus priority corridors. So it'll be faster. So in each of these steps, we're trying to optimise how many other connections you can get to by making each of those connections really efficient. So it will be a different way of moving around, but the approach is to ensure that if you want to come from the south and your destination is not the base, but it might be Rototuna, you can stop off at that little nub at the bottom there that you can see marked Peacocks, and you can go on the orange line up through and get up to that side of the city on that route. Similarly, if you were coming from the east, you'd maybe stop at a node on the eastern side, and that would give you options going in either direction. All of those lines that we're showing will be operating at a much higher level of frequency than we currently do. But to afford that, you have to pull out some of the coverage and make that coverage operate in a very different way. And on demand is where we're looking in terms of some of that coverage network. So if any of you were at the RTC, we had a lady called Pam who came to speak to us about the fact that although the Meteor was a much more frequent service, she was struggling a bit to access that service. That's where our on-demand comes in this type of model. It helps those people get to those big lines. And then where our partners come in and lift this game for us in terms of reducing our OPEX costs is they put the priority in, which makes it faster for us to get around. Right. Hopefully that was useful. Sorry.
All right, I've got Councillor Strange, Smith, Nicole and Mar. Councillor Strange. I need to get her a red light though. Noel, can I get you to tag off? Tag on.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Yeah, thank you, Sarah, for your work on this, and Phil. Yeah, this is a really important work with our partners, and yeah, the money is supplemented by Waka Kotahi as well. So yeah, that co-investment that Ben mentioned before is really important. You know, the integration of land use and transport means we are more resilient, which is what the CLTP is all about. So yeah, it's really supportive of where this is going as well. And yeah, the Meteor success that you did just talk about is, yeah, it is really such a good news story. And if only we could have more of those services throughout Hamilton, then more people could take the bus. And a lot of those criticisms of the more coverage services, that their perception is that they're empty. Who knows what that's like over the whole route and at different times. But yeah, that really goes against those criticisms about, you know, where we want to head. And yeah, the targets as well, Clyde, and the safety. Yeah, I appreciate your points around safety of people on the buses and the bus drivers as well. And I know that Stu and Phil as well are involved in nationwide conversations around bus safety and bus driver safety as well. So through our procurement of new vehicles, as Phil said, bus driver safety and passenger safety is paramount, as well as the use of cash through the fares review. You know, that disincentivising the use of cash reduces some crime, I suppose you'd say. Yeah. So yeah, we are always aware of it and trying to make different solutions for different problems as well. So yeah, really supportive of this. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Over my time involved with councils, I've seen the use of the buses increase in my constituency, particularly Raglan and Huntly, and they're one of the higher supported bus services in the region. However, it's very difficult. And look, I accept they're necessary because I used to think pensions weren't necessary or benefits and whatever, but there has to be a minimum standard of living. So benefits are necessary. Come to accept that. And so there's a certain level of public transport that's necessary as well to support those who can't afford their own. However, it's very difficult to support ideology when you get stupid, and they are stupid decisions, to put bus stops in the middle of a lane, particularly on Pembroke Street in Hamilton, which is the main route into the hospital for ambulances. And having been gone to the hospital three times, to be in a row of traffic waiting for people and ambulances to come through and being blocked by two buses who are opposite each other at an absolute dead stop in traffic. This is one of the most stupid decisions I've ever seen by Hamilton City, and it's supported by this council. I cannot believe I haven't experienced it personally. So I just can't support ideology to the extent, if it's practical, if it provides a level of support. But I'm torn as to whether I can support anything in public transport other than the basic services. So I've said enough, but I just am frustrated with some of the decisions, and whether that's seen as a criticism of staff. I apologise if you take it personally, but the reality is it's not practical. If you put traffic lights on, it's a negative BC. If you put a bus in the middle of a road, it's got to be negative BC. That you stop the movement of traffic dead. So anyway, I've said my bit, but anyway, I'm frustrated.
Noted. Just got it. So I'm clear, this is supported by future-proof members, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So we've got, all right, what do we got? Councillor Nicol.
Thanks. Thank you both, and thanks for pointing us to that picture on page 582, because that summarises a lot of where we are and where we want to go. The coverage network, first time I looked at it, I just thought, I don't want to take this. It looks fucking complicated. That system is designed for what we've got now, which is like one person per bus. Because you're doing coverage, right? Like that's the natural outcome from that design for this city, proven by history. So we need to change that because we don't like one person, one bus. And we know from other 21st century cities around the world, when you jump on their service, you see a diagram like on the right. And that works. And there are lots of people on that bus with you. And I realize, sometimes they're much bigger cities, but it works. And it's just more efficient to have more people on one bus. So we're looking at going in that direction based on the research and the evidence and the logical next step for the city. And I like how this business case actually doesn't have any options, just saying. This is the logical next best step for the city. And just to address Councillor Smith, your comments just now, how you implement a bus stop or so is very much a city council function. So you've got to go talk to them about how this business case is not that. And so I would love to see your support for this business case and actually go and make submissions to city council to tell them off about what you want to tell them off. Yeah, but I know.
But nicely.
Of course. So this is what, let's deal with the how with our partners. And I've really enjoyed the conversations I've heard in the Future Proof Public Transport Committee. So good to see district and city council working well with us. Would love to support them to work together. Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Marr, then I've got Councillor Kneebone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, my only comment is just, and obviously the Coromandel suffers from a lack of public transport, but around the risks, and they've identified, and it seems to be a reoccurring theme, that it's waka kotahi funding. Obviously, change of government. I'm just curious, have we had any update just recently on where they're sort of sitting with funding?
So we've all been waiting nationally for the reissue of the draft government policy statement for transport, which always is adjusted following an election. The indications were that we would be expecting that to come out to us in draft form somewhere between mid-January and the end of February. The update we've had following Christmas is that the latter end of that range is now looking more likely. So that if that comes out in draft towards the end of next month, still the 31st day, we will have an opportunity in March to respond to it. And then they would issue a final document sometime in April or May. So it will continue to evolve as we go through the long-term plan process and the regional land transport plan process, and we'll have to adjust and evolve as we go.
Sorry.
Ooh,
as she takes control of the mic.
Just to give you some reassurance, though, the team that are developing this are highly cognizant of what the current government's view is on some of these things. For the city region, for the metro area, good PT is a part of a good productive economy. So what we are doing is we've got Deloitte's on board looking at some work around how this type of investment helps develop that really good mixed-use land development, that really good city vibrancy, and keeps that moving forward. So we know that we need to respond to the current government's kind of take on where they want their money to go. We're putting forward a strong case for this to continue through looking at those things that they're interested in with our partners. So we're future-proofing it.
Excellent. No, thanks. Acknowledging it is a good story. Thank you.
And I suppose just building on that and recognizing that the next few business cases we're discussing are around PT, and we recognize that we don't have a GPS at this point. it would be useful for councillors to be able to understand where the tensions might lie in these. You know, we can make decisions right now based on our current GPS, but we need to also be cognizant of what might change and how that might impact on the decisions we're making today and where we're at as we move through this LTP. I guess I just want to make sure that we're flagging, not necessarily today, because I assume that what you're presenting to us today is on your best knowledge of what's coming, but we all recognize nothing is set in stone yet. So just wanting to make sure that as we work our way through these PT discussions, that we have that in the back of our mind.
I think that's a very good point, and we will definitely ensure we keep council updated on that as we go. Maybe just the point to make at this stage is that government policy statement doesn't approve projects. It allocates buckets of money within certain funding activities, and then it is the job of the Waikato Transport Agency to prioritise the national programme and then allocate its resources to projects where there is local share in place. So this next 6 to 9 months juggle that goes on every 3 years is exactly how that sifting of the total budget into those funding categories and then the funding categories into a programme of works is rolled out. So we'll use PT subcommittee and the Regional Transport Committee papers to make sure that we're bringing both of those committees along with us. But if there's value in us sharing that with wider council here, then we can certainly do that.
I think that there is value in sharing that with the wider council because not everybody, well, not many of our councillors sit on RTC. No. And only a selection of us sit on the Future Proof Public Transport Committee. And yet this is a significant area of focus, let's say. So just want to make sure we're keeping everybody informed on where we're going and how it might affect the decisions we're making both today and over the next few months. Okay. Councillor Kneebone.
Well, no, just to say really supportive of this, and I've said it before, you know, Waipā District Council is very supportive, all the councillors there, and I mean, Cambridge is up to over 19,000 people now. It's becoming a suburb of Hamilton, and I just don't think it's sustainable long term for the number of cars that travel between Cambridge and Hamilton every day, you know, to work. It's just crazy at 4 o'clock in the afternoon down to Victoria Street. So really supportive.
Great. So far, I've heard support, recognizing that we don't have a GPS. So that's where I'm hearing. If there is an opposite view, I need to hear that.
Can I ask a question? This is all about growth. And so Waikato, Waipā and Hamilton are growth areas within the country. Will this lead, like I'm yet to see the planning from Hamilton, and particularly the future proof area, that they're like some bus lanes, it's the roading infrastructure. Because you take people out of cars and put them in buses, but they are still held up in traffic. And there is very few places in Hamilton where buses can move efficiently and get ahead of traffic. And my concern is, whilst the aspiration is to get people out of cars, with growth, only a percentage of the growth will move to buses. It's not an exponential growth into buses, and therefore the traffic will add to further congestion. So what
you're advocating for?
So what is the TA
bus lanes
doing about the movement of public transport to make it attractive for people to move? That's probably really the challenge that I've got, because in the past, when I sat on the Public Transport Committee, I asked about corridors. The Northeast wasn't there.
Can we get some commentary on where bus lanes and provision for in our planning instruments is?
Light rail or whatever.
So, whoa!
Now you're just being argumentative.
I'm loving the enthusiasm.
I want a corridor out there to the northeast, and you know.
So this particular business case forms the culmination of 3 years worth of work that went on that looked at where likely growth scenarios would sit across the future-proof area that then got fed into the future-proof strategy that's just come out. Hamilton are, as we speak, working on a piece of work recommending bus rapid transit lanes in the city. So to support routes like the Comet, which are likely to carry on in the future. One out to the east towards Ruakura is being discussed. That's all in this diagram. So if you look on your diagram on page 582, the dark blue lines are the proposed BRT corridors, and they would include full infrastructure. So we're talking bus lanes and very high quality transport interchange hubs with full security that are stations in their own right. So it's a step above where we are now, but the road to that is to increase your service frequencies, start pulling your networks into these rapid lines. That then creates the right story for the elected members of Hamilton to be able to say, look, the Comet's carrying all of these people. There's lots of demand for this service. Therefore, we can now start looking at spending money towards bus lanes and bus priorities, because we're all in a chicken and egg where we want these things to happen, but we also need to take the public with us on that journey. So the first step in that process is to get those frequencies up on those corridors, like we've done with the Meteor, like we're doing with the Comet, as we've got with the Orbiter. And then you can start to make the case for bus rapid transit lanes and more priority at those links. And that's what this business case is about.
I appreciate, with greatest respect, though, 40, 50 years ago, Ross Jensen and his team in Hamilton City put aside Wairere Drive, and it was just a green belt for 30 odd years or more. And now, what a great asset to Hamilton City that is, except with the universities working and they've blocked the traffic. But the reality is, this model is back to front to what, you put aside the corridors to be able to achieve what you want. And now you're retrofitting.
Yep.
And that's why I find it hard to support things which are back to front.
Well, this one in the south, we have a great opportunity. As it currently stands, Peacocks is not yet fully developed. So this business case also covers that southern area, and that's where we are starting to try and get those conversations going about that.
Great.
Yep, all of that is all being looked at as part of these business cases. That's exactly what we're doing.
Great. All right. What do I? Okay. Just encouraging us to move through this if we can. I've got Councillor Hughes, Councillor Downard, and Councillor Cookson. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to support Councillor Smith's earlier comments on the damage that's being done to our roading infrastructure in Hamilton, particularly by two engineers.
Yeah, but we're not debating today. Those decisions.
The cause of this is two people imposing their design ideologies on the city, which is that's why they were fired out.
Let's make sure we're debating the thing before us.
Do not support Tahuya unless the price for the fares is more reflective.
We haven't gotten to Tahuya yet.
Well, it's in our budget.
It's the next. That's not the business case we're talking about right now, though.
Okay, I'm ahead of myself. Sorry. I'll leave it there. But as far as I'm concerned, the transport system that we have at the moment is not fit for purpose, and everybody knows that by looking at the occupancy on the buses. We need to sit down, have a think tank, and come up with a much more user-friendly system, which is based on the Uber model. No ideas what the cost would be, but until we do that, I don't believe we're going to get support for public transport. That's where I'd like to see money going into developing a round-up system. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Downard.
I think the report makes it quite clear that unless we have the relationship and the funding from central government, that it's unaffordable for ratepayers. But we have at the moment, whether what comes out in the GPS or not in another month and a half. So, a lot of these next business cases are, mainly focused on the next 3 years where we know we've got funding. I think, public transport is a hard one, but we do need it in one form or another. And we are doing it backwards, Councillor Smith, because, you know, the infrastructure wasn't put there in the main place. You know, Auckland's trying to address that with dedicated bus lanes, and I'm sure, you know, as cities grow, and especially in this Golden Triangle, that, you know, the priorities on the next business case, we've got the strategic focus that'll be in that conversation with councils on, you know, future growth and those corridors that we need to make. So people can adequately get to different places, you know, from one bus to another bus if they need to.
All right, Councillor Cookson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just my issue is just for transporters, because it's 51% funded by central government, that doesn't get a good enough lens or something over it to assess that it's doing its job and its capabilities properly. And until that's done at some stage, we're always going to be sitting around the table making the same argument. So, yeah, that's my opinion.
All right. What I've heard is support for this business case, considering the potential impact of a change in central government direction. That's what I'm hearing. Despite the frustrations, I heard the frustrations too. I heard them too. But in terms of this business case, I'm hearing support. Okay. All right. Next one. So this is the Tahuya Passenger Rail Service Enhancements, page 48 in the report, item 1410, page 599.
Yes. So Dave, if we could just go on.
This is the Tahuya. Get in there. Get in there early with your light. Get in there. Yeah.
Dave, if we could just pop onto the slides there. So this business case is subject to a continuation of government funding at the current level, and thinks through the recommendations that came from the Tahuya Governance Group in 2021 that resulted in an improvement plan being developed, and maps out a pathway for us to enhance services at the end of the 5-year trial. So this is subject to a whole series of approval stage gates being passed appropriately. But if in the context of a 10-year plan, we felt it was prudent to include the provision for service enhancements to be taken forward at the appropriate time within that 10-year period. The business case there identifies a range of options that we've considered, and we've gone for the intermediate option there, but you'll see that there are several identified beyond that point. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so this is providing provision outside of this next 3 years, right? This is in year 4, 5, and 6, correct. And it is completely tagged to a sustainable level of funding from central government in support of.
Correct.
Okay, just wanting to make sure our context is clear. Right, Councillor. Wait a minute, Chris hasn't even put his light on. I'm shocked. Councillor Cookson. Oh, you left yours on. Councillor Graf.
Thanks. Does Auckland Council contribute to the Tahuya?
No, and we've asked them, and I recommend that we submit to their long-term plan requesting that formally. But at this stage, we are funding 25%, or the local share component is 25% of the non-fare total costs, and the balance is made up by government at 75%.
There was a recent outcome, was it? The Auckland Council pulling out, or they never did?
They've never supported. Well, we couldn't access interregional contributions, could we?
So Auckland,
there was a recent change.
At the time Tahuya was launched, Auckland were not part of the funding package and have never been part of the funding package.
So it's more of a one-way benefit, like Hamilton to Auckland. Auckland's not interested in coming back.
Well, the the organisation and the leadership shown within the Waikato region, supported within the future-proof sub-region, proceeded with a train that was focused on getting people from the Waikato into Auckland. There are clearly benefits to both regions, and that's the pitch for a shared funding model, which is the same as is seen with the Capital Connection Service.
But there is an appetite from here to reapproach Auckland. But that's looking slim. Change of governance.
I couldn't predict what Auckland Council is going to decide.
Yeah.
But the participant in the Future Proof Committee and the Future Proof Public Transport Committee that is from Auckland Central, Auckland Council, has been supportive. Yes.
And 10% fair revenue, is that what capacity is that?
So we're currently reporting 13 to 14% is our fair revenue, and the 2-year review document that we're just pulling together at the moment confirms that has been the case through both of the financial years of the 2-year trial.
Okay, if it was operating at a high level, if the capacity was full, what would it return? Would it be self-funding?
Public transport nationally is not self-funding. The target for fair revenue for Te Huia is about 15%. So we're roughly in line with that. There was a decision made at the time of launch that the service would function and be charged on the basis of the zone structure that we have in place for all public transport across the region. And that has set the fare at the level it has. So we've roughly, broadly, have achieved the target for fair revenue based on all of those factors. So patronage is at the level that it needs to be in order to achieve the target that we have set.
And the maximum patronage one way?
Over 200, around 200 per train.
And just one last thing. All buses, extra buses dedicated to the same service as opposed to a train, can you tell me what the benefit of the train is over the buses?
There are several. One is that people can walk around, they can engage with other people more easily, they can work comfortably, they can be productive. In terms of journey time, we in the report that we're working on now are showing that fairly frequently it is quicker to catch the train than drive now. And over time, as the Auckland network gets more congested, the train, even if there are no changes to travel time, will get quicker, quick relative to car will become a faster trip. In addition, the train, in terms of the data, is hugely more reliable in terms of a travel time that's the same every time than a car journey where there's enormous fluctuation in travel time.
And sorry, just leading on to so let's say people are interested in the train in 3 years' time, capacity is 200. Then we decide we rush to the station and want to catch the train and it's full. Is it always just going to be for 200, or is there going to be more carriages?
So these the improvement plan in 2021 identified a package of enhancements that were at the time recommended to proceed proactively. So the aim at the time was that you put on a service and people will come. The change in pushing out these enhancements for 3 years is intended to ensure that we are providing services at the time that they are needed. So our growth, our modelling is suggesting that in that time period, these additional services will be ready and people will use them rapidly and that they will start to fill up. There will always be a capacity constraint because we currently only have 12 carriages. But using them more and getting the best out of what we have is the best way to provide seats in one direction or the other as much as we can. If we buy, I mean, the next business case is about rail stop
though as well, and so there's only a limit to the tracks they can run on. So yeah, anyway, thanks for that, Phil.
While this originally was about people from the Waikato making their way into Auckland, do we have any statistics of how many passengers are originating in Auckland and traveling south?
We know that it has increased. The day commute is not possible from the north because of the way
with these service enhancements. Would that facilitate that?
It definitely does, and particularly, for example, on a Saturday, there's now a choice to come south for a short period of time that isn't there at the moment. The 3 weeks that ran in early August, when the lift of our prohibition to get into Auckland was put in place, we did see large numbers of people coming south, and there were reports of groups arriving at Frankton Station and being directed for a walk around the lake or a range of things that we hadn't seen before. So we know that there is interest from the north. At the moment, it isn't an easy journey, but we absolutely, the original modelling even, but certainly anecdotally, we see that there is potential for a lot of interest from the north.
All right, I've got Councillor Dunbar-Smith, Councillor Strange, and Councillor Nicol. Ben.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. So it looks like we're waiting on two things here. One is the government policy statement, sometime late February. And the second thing is, obviously, if we go forward with this, public consultation on the LTP. So the public will be asked to give their views. You've stated quite categorically here that if the financial assistance rate of 51%, local ratepayers 49%, this would be unaffordable to ratepayers. So you're pretty adamant about that from a staff perspective.
Well, that would be your decision, but my thought would be that is a significant increase in local share costs, and it would impose a greater burden on the ratepayers region-wide.
Phil, it's my understanding is that difference is about $1.5 million.
At today's dollars, yes.
So I guess it's a $1.5 million difference, and who would pay for that at the moment? That would be the current targeted ratepayer. But that's the quantum that we're talking about.
Well, I'd just like it stated in whatever we go out to the public on that it's unaffordable unless it's 75%, because it's quite possible the government policy statement will come back in late February and go 50%. I mean, and then we're left with a decision on that. I'd just like it clear to the public that our staff view is that 75% is the minimum amount that could be contributed by government. Any comments on that?
Nothing specific, but it's as stated in the report.
Councillor Strange. Ben, can I get you to turn your light off?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just to a few of Clyde's points before about fare box recovery. Further along in the agenda, we are looking at fares potentially being increased as well, which would go some ways towards increasing that percentage as well moving forward. The other thing that we do need to keep in mind with Te Huia is that we don't just run a train for the sake of running a train. It's to, unlock housing along that corridor as well. And especially in North Waikato, they're crying out for another station there. And the district has plans, they've had indicative business cases looking at stations up there, which would just unlock so much potential for people coming along State Highway 2 from Thames or Hauraki, Bay of Plenty, to also access Te Huia to get into Auckland as well. We know that people who do use interregional rail, are our younger people who can't drive, or our older people who can't drive or choose not to drive in Auckland as well. So it is about commuters, but the data shows that the people who are using the train, it's more than just going up for work. It's for study, it's for relationships, it's for family, it's a safe way for kids to get back to school if they're boarding in Auckland and vice versa. We know also that long-term plan, when we consulted, over 95% of people agreed with where we were heading with Te Huia and wanted us to go faster on the improvements which we have done. And the results speak for themselves in patronage and more choice from next week. We're offering extra services as well that give people the option to have a half-day meeting in Auckland as well. Fonterra was a huge submitter to the initial working group and contributor to saying, yep, we'd love for our staff to use Te Huia to access our head offices in Auckland, however the day's too long. So yeah, we've come through with all the feedback we've had from community around what could make it go better, and we've been really nimble with that. And I'm really proud of what we have done in that space. So as it says up there in red, 75% government funding is needed to keep this going. So it is affordable for our ratepayers. But the benefits are wider than just transport, and we just need to keep that in mind as well. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Nicol.
Make this real simple for everyone, and that's the fact that there'll be 14 people sitting around this table debating these numbers again in 3 years' time.
Yeah.
So all we're here to do now is to send an indication of if it's going to keep going, that it needs improvement, which is true. You're never going to keep it at the level it is now. You're either going to kill it, and if that happens, I'd say that's coming from central government, because they can put that out in their GPS, or they can not fund it going forward, or they can choose not to expand it. If it's always going to stay the way it is right now, it's not even really worth having. However, it's a journey. It's a startup service, as was drilled into us by the last council, Hugh Verka in particular, who was very passionate about this, and it had good support with the last council. I would say just let this be and see what happens. Let the next council have a really good go at it with a lot more information. The regional council did put the idea up. I do think it was a flaw of that business case not to work with Auckland then, but you know, these things evolve, and I do hope we submit to them and say, look, this is something that if central government will continue to invest in, you really should be part of. So we put it up. Central government wanted it. Central government funded it. Central government's still funding it. It hinges on them very much so. So either central government will decide to pull back and say, no, don't need rail in New Zealand, that kind of thing, in this kind of capacity, or they'll hopefully come up with a vision to go to Tauranga, to go to Wellington, to allow things to go across the Cook Strait even. And New Zealand will be a country that has some rail capacity in this kind of way. But if it dies, let them kill it. For now, just wait and see. Let everyone have a chat in 3 years' time about it. I just think we just need the signal that if it's going to stay, it needs to improve. And so I'm quite happy with the year 4, 5, 6 numbers for now. Thanks.
Councillor Graf, did you have further? Okay, sorry, can I? I'm just noting.
I've got a green.
There.
Thanks. Just can you explain just simply? Government pulls out 50% or something or other. Can you just tell us? Does that mean when they liquidate the infrastructure, the assets now, or what happens? Is it put on the back burner for another 3 years? How does it work?
We park up the train somewhere in Frampton and.
The investment in stations, rolling stock, maintenance facilities effectively becomes stranded at that point. So the stations would close. The maintenance facility would be where probably the units would be parked up, subject to somebody wanting to have a go at it again in the future. The way the funding worked in the first place, anything on the ground or below the ground was funded at 100% by government. And then things above the ground, so platforms and railway stations, were funded a combination of local share from the relevant district council and Waka Kotahi. So those investments are what they are, and the ownership of them kind of remains in those hands. So Hamilton City would continue to own things, and Waikato District would continue to own things.
Councillor Marr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things, Phil. Regardless of the government funding, I just struggle that the long-term infrastructure and view is just not there for this passenger service to survive. But just going back to one of your earlier comments, you see that with Auckland congestion and stuff like that, the journey times and stuff should improve and actually be quicker than taking your car. Except in the status quo, we've got improved journey times won't be met, improved reliability won't be met. So just a comment around that, because it's just looking at if this stays the same for the next 2.5 years of its trial, etc., that nothing's going to improve.
So in the short term, we are seeing trains running quicker than the car. In the context of the City Rail Link and all of the engineering works that are happening across Auckland right now, with the electrification of Papakura to Pukekohe, the building of new stations in Drury, as well as all of the rail network rebuild project, which is shutting sections of the Auckland network down. We're seeing real challenges getting into Auckland consistently, but the aspiration is that will improve over time. So the short-term situation is that effectively we're working through all of that. In 3 years' time, those works will all be finished. The City Rail Link will be open, and Auckland will start operating to a new timetable. And we have slots protected in that timetable at this point for us to be able to get through with a much more reliable service as we go.
And I do see 99% of services were delivered. My other question is, in that meeting with Auckland councillors, I know there was some questions around the figures that were supplied to them compared to the figures that you were quoting. Has that been cleared up?
So
they have current figures.
The 2-year review is going through all of that information, and we're pulling together figures that reflect the sets of parameters that we're working to.
So the answer is no, they have no more updated
we haven't
information
updated,
at this stage.
We haven't updated them. A lot of the numbers they were quoting included the capital contribution at the beginning, which changes the way, it's not the way public transport is funded nationally. So to talk about revenues against the total capital sum as opposed to just an operating sum meant that their numbers were coming out a lot lower. And the information that was being requested in the OAAs and the Lagoimas that we respond to was about ticket revenue as opposed to total fare revenue. So there were a whole bunch of differences between what they were using as the basis for what they were saying and the whole of the funding story for public transport.
Just in my eyes, I see them a critical partner into the viability of this future of this service. Yeah. Thank you.
And really looking forward to the outcome of the 2-year review, because I think that gives us avenue to have further discussions. All right. I have Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Question. Does any other interregional service receive a 75% subsidy? That's the first question.
No. But
and so if it's no, why is it realistic to expect the government, particularly this government, to continue a 75% subsidy?
So the but is that the other interregional rail service that operates is co-funded by Wellington and Horizons, who both put in 25%. Yeah. So effectively the government's contribution is increased to keep the local share contribution at the level that we're currently paying.
Yeah, so yeah, I'll leave it at that because I think the answer's obvious. Thank you.
Councillor Kneebone.
It's just to say that, look, obviously there's a bit of stuff here we don't know the outcome of yet, but I'm supportive of where we're heading at the moment, and I think Jen summed it up pretty well here.
Thank you. Like that nice, clear indicator of where people are sitting. Otherwise, I'm having to interpret, and I'm not sure y'all want me to do that. Councillor Hodge.
So I'm supportive to the subject to continuation of government funding, but I also want to make it pretty clear that my constituencies do not use the Te Huia, because I am on everywhere else except Hamilton City and Auckland. So I worry about that from my perspective on whether or not it suits my constituency to tick a box if it goes outside the subject to continuation of government funding. So we'll wait and see how that goes, and if the government funding doesn't happen and then you come back to the table to look at the bigger fund, then I might have some discrepancy around where we sit. Goodbye.
All right. Are we, just testing, are we collectively supportive of this contingent, very clearly contingent, on the government funding? So I saw a shake of a head, Councillor Marr. So are you saying that if the government continued to support it at the 75%, you're still not supportive of that?
I'm still undecided, to be quite honest. I don't think, waiting to see where the fair reviews and that sort of thing get to, I don't think there's a good enough return there on that side of it, regardless of the 75%. As a service, I'm struggling with that part of it.
All right. Good. Okay. Moving on to the next. Sorry, did you have? We haven't decided anything because we aren't deciding anything. We're just sort of working our way through. But there was, I was asking the council if there was support of this clearly contingent on that 75% funding from government. And some nodded. And there was a clarification that even at 75% for some, they don't see the point of this. So which side would you like to land on that?
I think the decision's already made, but it hasn't been announced.
Okay, that wasn't the question I asked. So, Councillor Smith, neutral.
So just what Jen and Andrew are saying is let it roll and let someone else kill it.
Yep.
But actually, it's reality now.
Okay. Just through, Madam Chair. So, and just so everybody's clear, that if you didn't support that, that means you want to perhaps continue the services beyond year 3 as they currently are with no enhancement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they haven't given it status quo as an option, have they?
This is the enhancement.
So the business case identifies 5 options. Status quo is option 1, BAU, and that's in there. Our recommendation, as I said at the beginning, was intermediate, which is to enhance services from year 3.
We're only talking about signalling in 3 years and 4 years' time, increasing them. Yeah. So that none of the money, if you support this, there won't be any money spent additional in the next 3 years. It will start year 4 on.
Which means
a whole nother debate,
a whole nother
council
and a whole nother LTP.
To anything.
Just signaling to our communities is what we're doing.
I think we need to ask the question is what level does the community see as reasonable to support train? Because if we are saying through the trial that 15% is acceptable in the community at large through whatever other mechanism, and somebody's going to pay that 25%, and it's not the government. So if the community is paying that 25% cost, is 18%, 18% airbox recovery reasonable? I think that's, what level are we prepared to sustain as a community to support this service?
If we accept this business case, the level is 51%.
No.
Not 50, sorry,
no,
is
75.
As
75.
Well,
our
25 for
contribution
us.
is the
Yes, right.
remaining, 25.
Yeah, the 25%, that's
Right.
what I was saying about. Is that, yeah, are they prepared to sustain the 25% going forward, or will they support going to 50?
Can I tell it?
That's not what's,
No.
this is only if we have the 75%.
And can
And if we reflect on the outcome of last LTP, where, as Councillor Strange highlighted, 95% of submitters were saying they were wanting an increase.
But
this is going to provide 3 years from.
But the reality, Madam Chair, is if you put another train on for 200 people and they don't come, the fare box recovery drops.
Well, there's all sorts of things that people may or may not do.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We're going to, I really want to move on.
Just want to clarify. So we are going to make a decision on this today. It will go out for public submission. If a decision
not today, but
no, but it will go
during
out
this
ready,
meeting, this ongoing meeting.
It will go out ready for June, July. If a decision is made by government through the GPS at the end of February or March, will we have a rediscussion, or is it then continue on as a LTP process out for public consultation?
And that was what I was asking earlier in this discussion is how do we as a council stay on top of how central government decisions may impact on how we go forward with this.
Madam Chair, we could just flip to Janine just about the LTP process, about how this would work.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. Through the Chair, again, probably coming back to what's in our consultation and what's not. This was not something that we were anticipating that we were going and consulting with the community on. We have already done that in terms of a commitment to a trial. So I'm not sure what we would be reconsulting on, and given that this is investment beyond those first 3 years. What I've been talking to Wendy about is in terms of in the context setting for the consultation document, where we're talking about resilience and the really broad framing of that. Is there something that we can include that particularly talks to our transport investment, inclusive of Te Huia, but highlights those key assumptions that we're making around waka kotahi funding and the potential consequence of if that funding is not successful. So we're not consulting on it, but we're highlighting it in terms of how we're giving effect to resilience, but the key assumptions that we're making in doing so. In terms of when we have clarity around government funding, I think as we've talked about, the document, the position of council needs to be landed this week in terms of what will form the basis of consultation. While the document is out for consultation alongside receiving staff community submissions, staff are also able to make a submission through the Chief Executive that will put on the table new information that we've received that needs to influence the final budget position that you will consider in June. So in terms of certainty around this funding, we would deal with it through that submission process so it can come into your deliberations before we actually adopt the LTP proper.
Does that provide us some level of comfort that will be clear in our communication with the community?
Just to clarify, so the process of the trial will continue subject to the government funding being at 75%. And so we don't need to consult again on that, but there will be a new consultation in the next LTP to find out if people want the service to continue ad infinitum. But there will be an opportunity for the public to have a decision about whether the long-term service continues.
But they could start it up again.
I'm just wanting to know the process, that's all.
Yeah, through you, Chair. I guess we can't determine what a council may determine in 3 years' time. in terms of what may be consulted on at that point in time. But obviously there is a clear review point for everybody and at the end of the trial, which is 2026.
So there is, and the other part of that is that the end of the 5 years occurs at that time as well. So in the same way that when we trial bus services and then progressively try to move them into what's called the continuous program, we would look to do the same for rail at that point. So there is a process we would go through, and that would need discussions with the agency and a successful 5-year review process. So within the council, we'll definitely be talking about this in 3 years' time, whether it's a topic for direct consultation in the LTP or not.
So just quickly, that 75% decision from government, when again is that due?
As I said, the government policy statement. Yeah.
Okay, so it's due this soon. If we biff this out now, you think that would have an impact on government's decision to say, oh, well, there's not much interest in Waikato? We won't.
We'd certainly be taking off the table a strong statement that we see the service could be enhanced over time, but the status quo service sits there underneath all of that too. So we'd reduce that strong signal, but you're absolutely right. But how much is another question.
All right. Okay. I want to move on to the next business case, because I think a lot of that conversation was actually very pertinent to the next business case as well, because again, we're talking about things in the future that are contingent on verification of central government direction. So we're moving on to the next one, which is the rolling stock. This is the rolling stock. This is on page 49 and also 619, 1411. This is the rolling stock. I'm keen to get the last PT in as well before lunch. So if we can just, we've had a lot of discussion around the government commitment. So let's reflect on what we've already discussed when we're addressing this one, and then hopefully we can power through the next two. Go.
Oh, thank you. So David, we pop through to the rolling stock slides. Thank you for the conversation we had on this at the workshops in December. We've updated the business case to reflect, and in the LTP budgets reflect what Wellington are identifying as a potential 10% deposit requirement sometime in year 3 of the LTP. And that would be the point where an order would be secured if we were to proceed with one. The other change, or the statement there in red applies. The difference here is that Wellington achieved a 90% Crown contribution towards their NIRIM project, which includes trains and tracks. That was comprised of 51% from Waka Kotahi and a further 39% from a budget announcement allocation in central from other Crown funds. My recommendation here is that we would look to proceed on the same basis. So that would require both a Waka Kotahi funding discussion, but also a Crown budget conversation. So that's the update. In terms of, I mentioned in December that there is some technical work going on, and it's bullet 2 there, underway in the background, and that I would share with you some of what that technical work is saying when we get together here. So the business case you have in front of you, identifies several options, but the detailed business case behind this has identified 55 potential alternative options. From that, it has identified a long list of 15, and from that, the detailed business case work has proceeded to assess a short list of 5 options, which includes the BAU, but also replacing the stock with second-hand carriages elsewhere from the globe, continuing with the NIRIM process, or independently purchasing either electric multiple units, buying our own equivalent of the NIRIM order, or buying diesel or battery loco-hauled locos, and then some rolling stock. So those options are undergoing a technical assessment in the background here beyond the long-term plan business case that you can see in front of you. And that process is underway now with economic case and commercial case work. Happy to answer any questions.
Great. So this requires the 75% from government alongside the 90% crown share for the purchase. Both of those conditions. Both of those conditions have to be met.
We need a train to be running, and our recommendation is that if we were to purchase new stock, we should get the same conditions as has been seen on the Lower North Island.
And if we didn't, then it wouldn't happen.
Well, it would be your call as to whether you were prepared to pay more.
Yeah. All right. Okay. On that, Councillor Smith.
I do not support council owning structure such as rail stock. Not our core business. End of story.
It was very clear. Right. Councillor Graff.
Thank you. Probably mentioned it 100 times, but sometimes the brain's not working so well. But the WRC contribution to Huia, what's the rating model? How does that work? Who's contributing? Is it targeted or is general?
How's it funded?
If I can maybe just help kick it off, and someone can correct me where I've got it wrong. I understand it's targeted around Hamilton, and there's some to the north in the Waikato district who contribute as well.
Right. Okay. So Coromandel, Taupo, Waipa are not contributing to this rail service.
Unless they write it and pay a fare.
Unless you write it. Okay, no, I just wanted to know.
Thank you for asking that question. I think that's really helpful clarity for everyone.
Thank you.
Councillor Marr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Phil, confidence in the figure you've got down here still being the price of rolling stock in the year 2026?
Based on what we're hearing from Wellington, yes.
Sorry, is Wellington building it?
So the preferred option is to proceed by tacking on an order for Te Huia rolling stock on the end of the Lower North Island order, and they would do the procurement work, and we would get prices that mirror their prices. So
there's not a fixed contract out there at the moment.
They secured government funding in mid-2023 and are out with the market with an expression of interest process at the moment that will turn into a request for proposal process in somewhere around April, May this year.
So you should see fixed costs around that period. Okay. Why isn't Kiwi Rail investing in rolling stock?
They could, and nationally they could have that conversation about owning it themselves.
There's a 50-year lifespan, I would have thought.
Yep, and they own the Northern Explorer stock and the South Island stock, yes.
And I just echo Noel's comments too. I don't believe that WRC should own rolling stock. Thanks.
If I could just add to that, so I understand Wellington do own their kit, and they are going to market to get some of the 90% contribution from government, and effectively they're saying to others, well, if you want to jump in, this is the time to do it, because you'll never get a better price because you'll be buying lesser kit, if you like. That's why it's coming. That's the only reason it's coming to a fore now, to try and leverage off that opportunity.
Councillor Cookson. Sorry. Councillor Strange, then Councillor Cookson. Councillor Strange.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, just on that ownership of the rolling stock, who owns the current rolling stock?
What was the question? Oh,
yeah. Nominally, I think we do with an offer back to Waka Kotahi randomly.
Right, thank you. And yeah, just want to echo what our Chief Executive said about the economies of scale that can be achieved if we do go with the Wellington bid. And I did have one further point, but I forget what it is, so if I could come back. Thank you.
Councillor Cookson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, the idea of clipping into Wellington, there's normally a great word called, what is it, a differential of contract, and it's never cheaper, it's always more expensive. So I don't think you're going to get them cheaper by adding them onto them. Well, that's one opinion of mine anyway. And I'm the same.
That's what's being proposed here.
Yeah, but that's what's been. It is. You're altering onto and then you're altering the contract, and there'll be a cost to it.
I don't.
Oh, that's
not
that's
my
how this business
understanding.
organises.
I understand what you're talking about in that situation, but I just want to clarify that's not what we're talking about here.
Wellington have already included within their documents to the market that there may be interest from other parts of New Zealand. When they get to the RFP process and subject to your conversations here today, they would say that there's a stronger level of interest from elsewhere in New Zealand. But effectively, they'd be looking to get guaranteed cost and a faster delivery than us going out and tendering globally ourselves for 4 or 5 sets, as opposed to a much larger order, which they are managing and are procuring right now.
Okay, so just, it's not my understanding, it's not the same thing that you're referring to, but go ahead.
I think it does, but anyway. Anyway, I don't support it, so I'm same as Noel and Warren, thank you.
Thanks. Just 10-year debt, WRC for this project, is that right? Is that it's at 11.65 million? Is that what I'm?
So that would be a 10% share.
Yeah.
And
10%.
It would, based on what's in the long-term plan, would be funded by debt, which would be repaid, I think, over, and correct me, I believe 50 years.
So debt, yep, debt. So is debt, when you collect rates, targeted rates that are distributed to the area that they benefit, right? But when it's debt, how's the debt repaid? Is it what's used to repay debt? Is it still the targeted contribution? Yes, thank you.
Councillor Nicol.
Okay, thanks. I'm in support of this proposal at present, knowing that it will be redebated over and over. At this point in time, there are numbers on a page. We're not actually collecting this money in the near future. There's so much new information between now and when this is an actual decision of follow through. This is a paper that's about sending a signal and showing what we think that this is what is possible, I suppose. I think that central government, well, when I think about how this process started, it started with a champion who said rail between Auckland and Hamilton, right? And I think we're in a weird space right now where we don't have a lot of central government direction. And I'm not even sure they know what they want to do with rail. Maybe they do, but they haven't told any of us yet, so here we are. But I think it comes back to that old thing where you're either not going to have rail in New Zealand, and you should just stop wasting time and money on it, or you are going to have rail and make a vision and actually do something. So I wonder who that champion's going to be about sorting out this mess that it's in, based on the fact that the rail system, especially for passenger rail in New Zealand, has been gutted over decades and decades and decades. My question is, and it's probably for Phil or Chris, do we have capacity to lead a conversation with the regional sector about what this could look like? Or who owns rolling stock if there are multiple regional councils that provide rail in their region and be between regions? because I personally am not a fan of us owning carriages. Unless somebody brings me a memo and says that it's actually a great investment, I'm leaning towards no. I'm thinking KiwiRail is fantastic to own these, and I think someone should have a conversation with KiwiRail.
So we are having that conversation at the
fantastic.
regional sector, and I do sit on that particular portfolio. So.
Fantastic. So if that's happening and there is the potential to give central government a bit of a hand from bottom up to say, this is how it could work, because they're very busy people and they might not come up with the best ideas themselves since they're not doing it day to day. So if we're doing that, then I'm just happy to support this for now so that we're sending a signal of what's possible. And again, it comes back to them. Thank you.
Councillor Kneebone.
Yeah, look, pretty similar page to what Jen is. And it kind of feels to me like we might not have any real certainty as to the future of the sort of passenger rail in New Zealand until we've seen a few successions of government in the next decade, you know. And I think once that settles down, we might. That's just kind of how it feels to me. I don't know what other ownership models they have in Europe and that sort of thing for rolling stock, but it seems to me that a decade or so down the track and there's a bit more certainty that there could be the same sort of option as what we have with buses in terms of contractors. I'm just guessing and crystal ball gazing, and I'm obviously not close to this kaupapa, so I don't really know. But yeah, look, I'm supporting where we're going at the moment. We've got to keep doing this until such time as we get told to.
The purchase that Wellington is looking at, so that's in conjunction with Horizon, right? Horizon.
So they're buying.
Well, they're gonna.
Yeah.
It's that capital connection,
It
right?
does include
that operates and is co-funded between Greater Wellington and Horizons. And as I understand it, they're talking about with this new rolling stock, they're looking to increase to what, five trips a day as opposed to the one that they're doing or something. It was considerable increase in frequency.
So what this purchase will give to the Lower North Island is a consistent rail platform, rail carriage platform that would operate both on electrified and non-electrified networks all the way up the Kapiti Coast, Palmerston North, as well as Wairarapa and Wellington Metro. So yes, it gives them far more capacity to run a greater set of services.
My point, though, is that that's the level of support they see from their communities.
Yes.
Having had an interregional rail in existence, they're seeing that level of support from their communities.
They are. They've had 20 or so years.
And the one on the community on the other end of our line is, of course, the biggest community in New Zealand. So just putting that out there. Some do. I get messages from people in Auckland about how fantastic the Tahuya is, but y'all know what I think. All right. I've got Councillor Marr and Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on an earlier point, can I just come to Janine for clarity that we don't have a 50-year-old train and carriages on our books?
Correct.
All right, so we don't own the current rolling stock. The proposed rolling stock we will own. Is that, I just want some clarity on that.
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right, we're Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Madam Chair, my concern with this proposal is that we're being, it appears, required to confirm a decision on purchase of $110 million worth of rolling stock by the middle of 2024. I mean, surely that with 90% funding, but we're still, we're signing up for something 6 months from now or less. Is that correct?
So this process has evolved as the business case work has been underway, and we've received letters and more detail from Wellington, and as well as the detailed business case work that we've been undertaking. The way things are currently laid out, as far as I understand them, is that The RFP process will identify an interest elsewhere in New Zealand and will seek a cost for those units if they were to be added to the Lower North Island contract. We would be asked to confirm our order at a point in the manufacturing process, and with that confirmation would be required to pay a 10% deposit. And my information suggests that that would occur sometime in 2026. So we've included the requirement for that 10% dollar based on the estimated procurement costs, based on the numbers from Wellington in year 3 of the LTP. If we chose to pay those dollars, then our contribution would be the local share of the remaining sum in 2029 or 2030 at the point that the carriages are delivered. So we have, within the LTP, we've identified a potential to continue, but you haven't decided, you haven't committed beyond the LTP level to pay that money. It would be an annual plan decision, I suppose, at the right time, if all of these conditions were met, for you to decide to carry on. But in the LTP, you're identifying that you're committing to that process, subject to all of these.
Subject to all of those conditions.
Yes.
The alternative would be to refurbish carriages from Tamanui. That seems to be another option that's sitting there.
So the detailed business case considered that, and continuing to use existing carriages. Firstly, they are at end of life from a construction perspective, in that they are non-frangible. They're solid blocks of metal that aren't as good in a crash as more modern stock. They don't have crumple zones. They don't have the safety protection for passengers that modern stock would. If we were to increase our fleet by buying more of the same, we end up with the same issues around getting into Auckland, still having older stock, effectively continuing to renovate stock that is at the end of its life. So that's like the BAU option, and then BAU plus, which is just adding more of the same, have both been ruled out within the detailed business case work.
But with that, you wouldn't have to make a commitment by the middle of this year to sign on to the Greater Wellington process.
No, but they potentially, from a point in the future, we wouldn't be able to get into Auckland anymore, or we'd have stock that is costing us millions of dollars to renovate to keep on the tracks, so to speak. So the BAU option is ruled out within the detailed business case.
So why would you not be able to get into Auckland anymore with our existing carriages?
Well, we have identified a need to invest in electronic train control protection around the time that the City Rail Link opens. Those could be transferred to any equipment that we purchase. But within Auckland, they have a metro system that has a consistent fleet with consistent acceleration, deceleration times. They are running from the opening of the City Rail Link, they're running a timetable that has far finer margins between on time and late. And we are become the anomaly in that network for them. So the desire for us to be operating on a similar level of stock that has the same performance characteristics and the same lengths and the same platform heights and the same everything else as other equipment that's running in Auckland is a reason that Auckland would be reluctant to see us continue into the long term.
And so we'd have to buy trains as well then?
Sorry, Phil, I think the point is it's getting away from diesel locomotives, isn't it?
Well, then there's all of the other parts
that can't go into the City Rail Link. And so these are hybrid technologies, so that they can, and each unit's self-propelled, isn't it? It's not just requiring a locomotive to pull it around, which Kiwi Rail have none of.
Okay, that's another whole part to it as well, yes.
All right, okay, I'm going to end that discussion. Oh, sorry. Councillor Clark.
Okay, I'm going to make it real quick.
Get in.
I support it, given all of the riders that are in the slide in front of us, and the same was for the previous one. It's about preserving options for now until we find out.
Right. And I am sure that it's clear with councillors that I am supportive of this for the very reasons you referred to. Councillor Clarkson, also that support is based on a number of conversations I have had within the constituency that I represent and the district council within that constituency that does support continued investment and development of interregional passenger rail to the point where they are looking at additional stations. So just so we're all clear. All right, I had hoped that we could close off all of the PT prior to lunch, but it is now 3 minutes past 1, and I think everybody needs a break. So we are going to break for lunch. We'll adjourn the meeting. It's 1:04. We'll come back together at 1:30. Thank you. reconvene our meeting. It is 1:35. So just focusing ourselves. We have got, I believe, 5 more business cases to work our way through, plus revisiting the biodiversity, biosecurity. Now, I've just had a conversation with our chief executive around that biodiversity, biosecurity case, and we don't quite have all of the modeling that is necessary to have that conversation today. So I'm just letting you know that that is probably not going to happen today. But we definitely should have facility to work our way through the other business cases. And if we still have time on our hands, then we will bring forward the infrastructure strategy so that we can tie together all of these business cases that we recognize have some overlap and getting some clarity around that integration piece. All right, so that is the plan for the day, for the afternoon. Okay, so now we are on the public transport brand. This is page 51 in the report. This is item 14.12, page 641 in your business cases. Over to you, Phil.
So, yes, we've had the conversation about this business case several times. The opportunity to review our brand and align the outcomes of that work with the launch of new contracts for our bus networks over the coming 5 years is timely, and our recommendation is to put some funding into year 2 and year 3 to undertake that work and deliver the results of it with Waka Kotahi subsidy to support us. Happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question. Support this, it seems a logical thing to do, but does it actually deliver the change of brand on all the buses, or does it just give you the new brand and what it's going to be?
So the change to buses ideally would occur at the point where those contracts launch, and we would want the operators to do that work as part of the contract that we award to them. So that's probably how we'd look to do it. If we do that work out of sequence, we pay for it twice effectively. So we're suggesting that the changes occur as contracts are rolled out. But websites and everything else would occur probably in that year 3.
Thank you.
Councillor Marr?
No, I've actually, my query I've just found, so thank you.
All right, support? I'm looking for nods. Supporting? Yep. Anybody vehemently opposed to that? No? All right, that was just a straw poll, obviously. That wasn't a motion, but good to have some clarity around that. Okay, so we can move on. Thank you. Thank you for coming back for lunch, from lunch, just for that. Yes, I understand that, but we have agreed a process here, so I'm just helping us work our way through that. Okay, so this is the strategic spatial focus. This is page 52 of your report, item 14.13. In the business cases, page 665.
Madam Chair, just turning the machine on. So, councillors, again, you've had this proposal to you before. The proposal hasn't changed from the conversation we had in December. just taking into account, the business case was fleshed out to take into account the issues around the linkage with future-proof and the necessity to make sure that this related to the entire region. One of the questions that you asked in December, and also one you've asked over the last 2 days, is there enough to accommodate the work that we're looking to do? In regard to the spatial plan, again, it is that funding to provide for 2 fixed-term roles, which was the project coordinator role and the coordination support role that will be required. Do just want to reiterate that it is not the product of a 100% strategic spatial plan for the region. It is the start of it. Earlier on this morning, Councillor Smith, I think, quite eloquently encapsulated a conversation around, we've had all these bids for investment, we've got all this work still ongoing as business as usual, we've got all these things happening. How does it coalesce together? Where is the plan? How can we actually see where we're going, and that each piece of work that we're doing is actually heading in the direction we want to go and not hiving off to the left or right? I see this as a key instrument to give some confidence that it's coalescing, not just what we're doing, but as I've said previously, that .govt. It's not just our investment in our region, it's our territorial authority investment in the region, it's our iwi partners, it's our key sectors, it is central government. Now, having come out 10.5 years of the Waikato plan process, having progressed through the sea change marine spatial plan process with Councillor Mahuta, collaborative processes and getting everybody together at the table, focusing on outcome over ego, be that elected members, staff, any sector person, is a challenge. So thought about it overnight, had a quick conversation with Chris, and it is a small amount to achieve what we want to achieve, but it is also stage 1. So if there was any suggestion, it's quite possible that we would need additional funding in year 3 or 4. I hadn't thought to the extent of what that would look like, because this is really the foundation piece of work. What this will enable is, and it may be an annual plan conversation in year 3 around that bigger investment to get the spatial plan that integrates our infrastructure provided by others, that takes account of our economy, the goods and flows in and out of the region, and the environment, and what does that look like. The first 2 years, a good question from council will be, really, you need that amount of time to have the conversations? Yeah, we do. The question that was asked yesterday around, couldn't this just be another part of a staff member's job? No, they'll never get to it. It needs that dedicated resource. So, Madam Chair, I don't know, Chris, if there was anything further you'd like to add.
Look, I think we originally started thinking about this when we had a Spatial Planning Act that we were going to have to enact, and we wanted to do some thinking about how would we help galvanise and organise the region. With that kind of gone in its current form, we know that the government's still talking about, it's one of the things they liked from the old piece of legislation that they wanted to bring back in somehow. But the more I thought about it, and I talked a lot about it with the chair and others, is that actually we want a vision for this region. We need to have it set in about 50 years' time or sometime in the future. It's not about quick wins in the next few years. And what would the region look like? If we want to attract the right type of infrastructure investment into the region, let's have a long-term vision instead of just some short-term thinking. Everyone I've talked to about it is very, very supportive, be it in the TAs, be it in some of the developers around the region, some of the big developers, they're all very keen. And one of the things that spooked me a little bit is that there's so much interest in it. I'm just wondering if we run the risk of under-delivering, which is kind of why I put the question to Tracy that have we right-sized this? Tracy had written this as a start to how we go about putting some thinking in. What do we need to do to put a spatial plan together so don't fall back in the trap of the Waikato plan? It was a great idea for this, but it went off on its own tangents. It's how do we get it so we can put something in place, we have the right players around the room, and we can actually really start to get that vision for the future and how we're going to get there. So that probably alludes to some of the comments you made, Tracy.
So just in terms of what's proposed here for the first 2 years being the first step, does that imply that the third year would be a pause?
No, to be fair, I think there would be a need for a continued investment. Just when this was put together, I think, as Chris said, it's pretty much a stone that started to gather momentum. People have seen it. They've seen it as a hook. They are applauding us, I guess, for our leadership, but wanting more. We had framed it originally as a 2-year project, then we'd stop and see if people are keen. I think what we've got now is the momentum building for something more than a staged approach, something that's more significant. I am loath to go too far, too fast because of central government, and as Chris said, the coalition has indicated they like the spatial planning components. In fact, they locked some of those down in repealing the Act for Auckland. So I think there's a really good blueprint for us, but I'm also mindful of what Councillor Smith said in terms of knitting together all the everything we're doing first so that we know how big the gaps are. So, sorry, long answer to your question. I think further investment's required in year 3 or 4. I just hadn't turned my mind to that. I think it would be comparable to what is in year 2.
Right. Okay. I just, we've talked many times about the signals we send with some of the way we present this. And I want to make sure we're not sending a signal that, yeah, we're going to start in 2 years, but after that, well, we'll see what happens. So would the recommendation, given what you've just explained, and I would echo that I'm certainly hearing from a number of stakeholders across a number of organizations within our region, a real support for us playing a leadership role in this space. We certainly, it is a topic of discussion around the mayoral forum. Would you see an extension of this funding in this LTP, or is it more advantageous to do the year 1 and year 2 and then look at an annual plan type change to get us through year 3 to where the next LTP gets discussed?
Yeah, good question. My preference would be to signal it now rather than gamble on an annual plan change, because if it's the only topic that council want to go and consult on, you'll have to weigh up whether that's efficient or not. So I think for council's consideration, the funding that we've got in there for year 2, to extend that to year 3 and 4, whether the additional FTEs would be required, I think we would secure those FTEs for those first 2 years. I don't think the FTE would necessarily continue. The additional funding would give us some flexibility there, whether they are fixed term FTEs or contractors, to do pieces of work to essentially fill the gaps.
Thank you for that. All right, I've got Councillor Nicol, Councillor Downard, and Councillor Strange. Councillor Nicol.
Thanks. There's a couple of questions. One is, when you proposed this paper, it was not funded from surplus, but is that correct? Or it's just recently come up that it'll be?
Sorry, that's a good point. The first 2 years would be funded, we're suggesting, through the surplus. Years 3 and 4, I think, would probably need to be funded through general rate, Janine.
Okay. I don't think that got on the recording, but do you want to say that again?
Yeah, subject to any other calls on the remaining surplus that council may have.
Okay. No, I'm really supportive of some of the surplus being used for this kind of different piece of work in short term initially. You had a comment in there on page 675. We should be considering what an iwi-led spatial focus would look like, and that it links to the other business case also.
Yes.
Is that in this preferred option that you have the scope to be able to look at that?
It is. I guess what we're just saying is we are aware that some iwi are talking to us about developing their own spatial strategies, but they've also said, hey, what are you doing as well? I think, Madam Chair, one thing to point out, and if I was councillors, I'd think, okay, we're doing a water security strategy, we're looking at whangamarina or waikare, we're looking at natural hazards, we're looking at a bunch of things. People don't want to be spoken to 15 times. So that ability to rationalise the engagement, I think we can use this project as a platform for some of that, not totally do away with the other engagement, because there'll be very specific topics to specific people, but this is a vehicle where we can rationalise some of that engagement.
Cool. No, that makes a lot of sense. And obviously as part of that process, we'll ask the TAs to start to input as we have something to input into. That's awesome. Well, with all the chopping and changing and central government not giving a whole lot of direction, loving the idea of charting our future for bringing all things together. Thanks. I support the preferred option from the staff.
Thank you. Councillor Downard.
Yeah, I support this. I think, as I said earlier, it supports and kind of helps the other business cases beforehand and after. As long as we got some KPIs for the strategic priorities that are, for the next 2 years, and I think it's good that we are, doing this, and then we've got something tangible to say, and I'm sure we will, that'll carry on with it.
Thank you. Can I also, as councillors are speaking, can we get some indication of support or otherwise of the year 3 and 4 that's been suggested? Councillor Strange.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief as well. Yeah, really in support of the staff preferred option with the inclusion of years 3 and 4 as well. I think it's always important to send those signals long term. We're not just here for short term gain, but for long term, for the whole wider region. And I think it's really good that we're building on the success of Future Proof as well. That has proven to be quite the envy of the wider region. So we can work on what we've learnt in that partnership and extend it to the wider region as well. And I think that will be really important moving forward with that one voice from the Waikato to central government and other potential investors as well. So, yeah, thank you, Tracy.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yes, supportive of this in years 1 and 2 because it's funded by prior year surplus. For year 3 and 4, I would hope that 50% of the costs would come from the other TAs, and that we should ask them if we've already got the Metro Spatial Plan and they're contributing to that, and they're all enthusiastic about this. It would be great if they'd actually put some money towards it. So we should be asking that in their annual plan rounds or something.
Madam Chair, if I can just respond to a couple of matters here. With regard to Councillor Dannard's question around KPIs, when we get to our GOA activities and look at our performance measures, we actually have one dialed into a deliverable product at the end of year 2, and we've purposely done that for all our project plans that come under our directorate. That is a really good point that Councillor Dunbar-Smith has raised, and I think part of the function of the person doing this role, whilst it's not a fundraising role, it will be to leverage additional funds from elsewhere. Again, 10 years of experience of asking territorial authorities to fund the Waikato plan have resulted in variable outputs, with only 2 lasting the distance. One of those being a future-proof council and one being a council to the east. A small amount, but still believing in the kaupapa. So I have some learnings from that I think we could incorporate into this to ensure that there is some longevity there, and that people are very clear, and we are clear what people are investing in.
Councillor Hughes.
Yes, look, I'm supportive of this initiative. I think it's an excellent idea. Would not be prepared to commit past the second year. I want to see what the outcomes are. and before making further commitments, obviously, decision here. And also, like Ben's suggestion, is spreading the load of if the outcomes are such that the message can be sold to the other territorial authorities.
Just, Madam Chair, with respect to other TAs, obviously they're all doing their LTPs now. And so, something that we can potentially submit on their LTPs, that they might like to make some provision for this, and especially given it's a mayoral forum priority.
And through you, Madam Chair, I think territorial authorities are one revenue source, but also central government. We know. We also know that sometimes a gift horse can turn into a Trojan horse, so we need to be careful. But there is money and funding out there, also from some of our key sector partners. They are keen to contribute as well. But noting, we will also be seeking some support and funding for projects such as Whangamareno and Waikari. So I think as an executive, we need to have a bit of a strategic approach to who we're approaching and why.
Councillor Cookson? Oh, sorry, wait a minute. Who's first? Got Councillor Cookson, then I'll come to you, Noel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd support it. I'm not sure if I'd support the 3 and 4 year. It would actually have to show that future-proof those mayors in their capabilities of actually getting in and wanting to get something done, because every time I've gone to a meeting, it seems to be here, there and everywhere, and a bit airy-fairy, and the discussion that goes around the room is not, I struggle with a bit. So if you're wanting them to dig deep in a spatial plan for the next 50 years, they actually have to put some effort into it. That's my opinion.
Because future-proof has its own strategy in place already. So this is bringing that in alongside the other ones that sit outside of.
Through you, Madam Chair, it is knitting the region together, as well as looking at Taranaki Bay of Plenty, Hawke's Bay, and our friends to the north.
The north, yeah.
But what I'm meaning is there's a lot of catting in the room, and when them discussions are going on, and it doesn't actually look like it's in the best interest of doing what's best for the Waikato region. That's my opinion. When I've been there, I've sat in twice.
Catting in the room. Is that? Did you say? Is that what you said? Catting in the room.
Yep. I've sat in the back of the room twice and listened to it.
Oh.
Catting. A lot of people just sitting there having a whole lot of beep 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 beep.
Okay. So just sorry. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. What I'm concerned about is spatial issues are not going to go away. And to fund for 2 years, short-sighted. We've got the prior year surplus, that's fine. And going back to Tracy, picking up on my earlier comments about knitting it all together, there's so much risk that if we don't pull it together, then the silos continue to take directions and not necessarily integrated. So short-term role is short-sighted in my view. I'll leave it at that.
I would agree with you on that, Noel. It's, sorry. I know. It's a special moment, 1:59. No, I would agree with what you've said there. I think that we do need to look at what we have tried in the past, what's worked, what maybe hasn't worked so well, and ensure that if strategic spatial planning is something that is important to the future of this region, then we need to commit the resource to it to enable us to ensure we're going to get a good, robust start that brings other partners on board. So,
just to support Robbie, it's a completely different issue that our 3-year terms do not lead to good decision making, and that's probably the comment that I would make around the mayoral forum and the next election being foremost in their mind as opposed to doing the right thing. But I couldn't possibly comment.
I like to think that around this table, we're focused on doing the right thing. All right. So I'm hearing support definitely for 1 and 2, funded by prior year's surplus. I think there is still some debate on the 3 and 4, and would love to understand any options we have around funding that.
Well, one suggestion was obviously to go out to LTPs for the other councils.
Through you, Madam Chair, through Haven and Jane and also Lizette's team, we pretty much do comprehensive submissions to all our territorial authorities. I imagine PT will be one of our key issues, infrastructure and drainage and impacts of increased urbanisation. Whatever the TAs are putting out for consultation, we'll comment on. This could be a topic that we insert in our submission and speak to with some keynotes at their hearings. That doesn't necessarily guarantee us an income stream, but it's the right conversation to have.
And I suppose the other comment I would make again is around that signaling, right?
Mm.
Are we signaling to this region that this is a 2-year piece of work? Or are we signaling to this region that this is of enough import in planning the future of this region that it deserves some longevity? Councillor Nicol.
Yeah, I was going to just say, when we ask others to put some money in, often they will still expect us to put a portion in. And so a reasonable but portion that's already adjusted for what others might make up could be a nice way to at least have it on that row or column, I suppose. And I guess one thing I'm just reflecting on is that the long-term plan is a really good time to ask whether they might have the faith to put something in their year 3, should this process go forward, in order to lock them into to having the conversation with us. But knowing how much you've gone through, Tracy, with trying to fund Waikato Plan, that might be a terrible idea, and you're welcome to ignore it completely.
I could just hear that compassion and that empathy, couldn't you?
Madam Chair, just so I guess we can provide some guidance for Janine and the work that she's doing as we're having these conversations. So just so I think I heard with year 2 and 3 not to put anything in, or to put...
No, year 1 and 2, yes.
Yes, year 3
it's the 3 and 4.
So is that something you'd like me to bring back to you, or did you want that amount put in as part of your deliberations to consider?
I think I would like to see the amount put in as part of our deliberations.
Yes.
I would like additional commentary on how that might be funded. I mean, we've heard general rates could be one way. Is there anything else? Is there any other way that can be funded?
Thank you.
And do take your point, Councillor Nicol, that if we're going to go and ask other people to put money into year 3 and 4, we probably should have to have some money in year 3 and 4 as well. Otherwise, it'd be like, well, you're not doing it. So that's exactly signals. Awesome. Okay, on to the next. This is funding partnership opportunities. Is that what I'm on? Yes. So this is page 54 in the report, 682. In the business cases, this is business case 1414.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So joined here by Blair Keenan and Connie Chittick, who have been the business case writers in relation to this proposal. As it says on the tin, this business case is really aimed at providing information to Council to assist with your decision around what role you may have in regional economic development. Currently, Council obviously has two mechanisms by which it supports regional economic development. So that's the funding contribution to Te Waka, as well as the Regional Development Fund. The recommendation from the business case is that we continue to fund Te Waka. The recommendation is to continue that at the current level, but that will be a matter for discussion with around the table. But equally that the Regional Development Fund is ceased. I think subsequent to any decision on this business case, there does need to also be a discussion on how any contribution to Te Waka should be funded. I think when we talked about the investment fund distribution yesterday, there was some reference to Te Waka then. And included within the main report is reference to what might a targeted rate on commercial and industrial businesses look like, as an idea that I guess was floated late last year. That information is just provided there for you to be able to size and quantify the impact of what that may be. But happy to throw it to the table, and the team will respond to any questions.
Councillor Smith, are you number 5? Yes. Councillor Smith and then Councillor Downard. Councillor Smith.
Question. So I'm assuming with the 6,158 and the 5877, those are zoned properties as opposed to that zoned lots as opposed to actual premises on those lots. So
those are the number of rating units that are classified as either commercial or industrial.
So they don't actually have to have a business on them, but those units would be, yeah. So just to clarify that. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Downard.
So are we asking whether we want to carry on with Te Waka and then where the funding's coming out of?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a no from me. Mainly because we've gone from 2.5 million down to 1.9 Western, and then we've got to decide whether that's going to be a rate subsidy or what else we're going to put that money into, where it's going. I'd like to invest more into the business case before in the strategic spatial focus on year 3 and 4 if it needs to go into that, because I think that if you look at the strategic priorities, it supports every business case that we've had prior to that, and I think that's so important to further those business cases that council have put forward. So that's where I stand.
So sorry, just if you keep your light on, because I just want to clarify. So are you saying you don't support funding of Te Waka if it is being paid for out of the investment fund?
No, I don't support it if it's coming out of general rates as well. You know, I think we should be putting the money or investing, whether it's in something else, whether it's in biosecurity or whether it's, I'm not saying that 1.9 now has been dropped down from 2.5, but also that spatial design we talked about, not spatial, spatial plan. I think that's going to be so important for the entities, like, exactly what they've put in there, the 5 entities or 4 that they've put in there for the future. I think it's going to be more important than what we can get out of Te Waka and development, because I think that's important, because it comes before Te Waka as a certain extent, because unless we've got that right, that ain't going to get right.
Right.
It's my opinion.
Okay, I'm just clarifying, we've got the Te Waka conversation in here. We also have the Regional Development Fund conversation in here, right?
Correct.
So feel free to comment on one or the other or both, preferably both, just so we get an indication. All right. Councillor Marr.
I think Councillor Hughes might have been before me.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, we're having some technical issues. Sorry. Councillor Hughes, then I'll come to you, Warren.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of the Regional Development Fund, I thought we'd close that off. I'd like to see it closed down. We're not the right people to be a party to providing money to assist businesses around the region. There's better vehicles to do that. The question we've got on page 55 is who should lead the Waikato region in providing a regional voice to engage with central government? I believe the Regional Council has got that responsibility. I think we've had a good example of that already with the meetings that we've held, the National MPs back last year, where some of the feedback that we passed on to them at the time was included in policy. And I'd much prefer that we went down that road than which was totally aligned with our future proofing and aligned with the strategy for the region. We are coordinating those activities with representation on those committees. Therefore, I think it's really beholden on us to do that. And to me, it's up to the Chief Executive and the Chair to develop those relationships and also collectively around the table to get the parties, the responsible MPs in the room to engage with us. I think there is a will there for them to do that now. I haven't seen Te Waka engaging in that process. I don't know. You'd have to comment on that, Madam Chair and Chief Executive, how much assistance they've given you in previous times to engage with funding opportunities from Wellington. But really, to me, that's all. It's about developing the relationships, and I think it's up to us to do that, not relying on a third party to do it. If we are to continue funding Te Waka, then I'd like to see it halved. Irrespective of where the source of the funds come from, but I'm not seeing value for money. I know I've got a couple of meetings coming up with them in the future, and I'll be challenging them on that. But I do see them as, if they were working effectively, to be providing that conduit of communication between the region and Wellington. And I personally believe that we have the responsibility, the people around the table, to do that.
Councillor
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just around Te Waka, a similar vein to Chris. It's certainly not, I'm not supportive of the funding staying at the same level. I would be more happy or comfortable around 200,000. Not some of the, we've had several meetings with them now. I know there's another one coming up. But we have given a number of items of feedback, and I don't see that coming through. I see some of the strains that they head down, or some of the avenues that they head down, sort of aren't relevant to what I believe is core business for this council. Along the Regional Development Fund conversation, I would, and call it what you like. I know we've stopped it, and I just checked our website and it is stopped. Call it what you like. I would actually like to see a value there going towards biodiversity and projects along that line. I know that biosecurity conversation is coming up further down the track, but that's my view at the moment. Is I'd like to see that sort of type of fund coming from our investments and being used for projects along those. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got Councillor Nebo and Councillor Nicol and Councillor Clarkson. Stu.
I think the investment return is the right place to fund Te Waka. I hear the comments made about Te Waka. I'm a bit, and look, I'm of two minds. I think but I also think that cutting them back, I don't think, noting some of the criticisms that have just been levelled at Te Waka, and I'm not saying they weren't justified, but I'm struggling to see how cutting them back to 200 odd K or whatever would help them address those criticisms, if that makes sense. So I do think we should maintain it at 750. My recollection is we've got one of the lowest funded, or for want of a better word, economic development agents, EDAs in the country. So I don't think that would be a constructive step forward. By all means, getting them back in here and give them the feedback, and you know, let's not be scared to give them the hard feedback, you know. But that's where I sit on that one. In terms of the RDF, I think it was a good concept. I think we need to take on a bit of the blame as well. I mean, we Limonova Road the recommendations of the panel that we put in place, which I don't think was very smart at all. No, that's history now. Quite how we give effect to that sort of thing going forward, I'm not quite sure. I think we need to have a bit of a think and a bit of a brainstorm about that. I am a bit nervous in terms of the infrastructure stuff that the government's proposing, and we saw when we remember when we did the Advantage Roam, we weren't very proactive as a region in terms of partnering with central government. We've come a long way since then, and we need to maintain that capital that I think we started to build. However, I don't want to see us getting sucked into using the returns from our investment fund to fund infrastructure deficits that have come about because of either failures in council TA decision making over the years, or failures in the funding mechanisms that TAs and regional councils are forced to work with. I don't think that's a good use for our money. I see projects such as and look, they're just projects that come to hand. On the likes of the Advantage Roam, the fee here is a little bit different from some of those critical infrastructure things, that I think that if we put our returns from our investment fund into some of those critical infrastructure deficits that have come about for the reasons I just mentioned, I think we'd be shooting ourselves in the sense. So that's kind of where I was. It's helpful.
Nice, thank you. Councillor Nicol.
Thank you. Sorry, just digesting all of that. Yes, I'll start with the Regional Development Fund. I think we have in workshops canvassed that it isn't really working for us, the process, and so really happy to have that closed. A question I have is with the Regional Development Fund also that is now coming from central government, having this closed right now or going on and consulting about the ability to close it, but keeping it there so that we could match fund something should, just to get the approval to be able to close it, but not immediately cutting, because we don't know what central government's doing right now, would be one thing to consider. I don't know how Shane Jones's funding going to work. So that was just a point I wanted to make, but happy to have the concept closed in principle. The investment returns that fed that fund, things that I've canvassed have been whether it would be worth just letting it accumulate, come back to its levels that we want it to have, and just waiting and seeing for a while, and thinking about whether it would be worth investing in land at some point. We don't know where that is yet, but having that option open to us, since land is a good investment in New Zealand with the way that our economy works. And knowing that there's a whole lot of work that is in all these other business cases where that money could be quite useful to draw upon. Just one question I'll put out, but I'll just list the other couple of options in case you want to feedback on any of them. Obviously, we could reinvest them into the managed funds to grow that more. I heard before from Mikhail saying about putting it into something like that spatial focus. I just want to acknowledge, not a terrible idea. It's one option as well. Since that, to me, that's an investment into our region, but I realise it's of an operational nature. And then I liked Warren's comment as well around the potential for it simply to funnel into supplementing the Natural Heritage Fund if there are no legal barriers to that. Did you have any feedback on any of those?
Probably not on the specific items per se, but I guess just some of the assumptions that have been made around these based on conversations, and probably particularly around the investment fund. Those councillors that were at the workshop with our strategic investment advisors will have heard the assumption that the Regional Development Fund was ceasing, and the assumption that the unspent funds left behind are actually returned into the investment fund capital. So the returns that we've got included within the budget do include that assumption as well in terms of their modelling. Look, the impact of that is possibly around the edges in terms of sort of a 7.5% return on $4 million. So not substantial, but that is sort of an assumption that's baked in
Good to
over there.
understand, thank you.
I think if that wasn't to happen and there was a desire from council to use those funds that have been accumulated through the Regional Development Fund for another purpose, there's two decisions there.
Okay, but they're in a future time, aren't they?
Well, no, I think it's actually it's a now conversation. We had consulted on the establishment of the Regional Development Fund. I think to formally stop it, we have closed it from applications at the end of last year, so we're not receiving any more. But to formally change our position in terms of that fund, I believe we need to go back to the community. And so the report highlights, I guess, not the specifics of the questions that we would ask, but the feedback that we would seek, or staff have thought that we should seek through that consultation process. So I guess there's the stopping the fund, and then there is, I guess, what potentially use there might be for those funds, which I think is another conversation, given where they have actually come from.
Thanks for clarifying that for me. I'll move on then to Te Waka. For me, I definitely see value in having a regional development agency for the fourth largest region in the country. I see that. I have always had a level of, I would love for that to be part of a bigger strategy now that it's ramped up and working better. But it's the fact that we're funding an independent entity that advocates for economy on the behalf of the region, but we kind of don't do that. Well, we don't do that for the other well-beings. We don't do that for a regional environmental entity or social, or say creative Waikato for say the cultural or some other type of. So it's this tension around us funding one and not. There's so many that you could fund potentially, but in lieu of not having that strategy, I just have to see how we go with that. If we do continue to fund them, I'm very, very keen on those accountability measures that have been mentioned. I'm still ready to listen to everybody else before I make my mind up fully. But the last point I wanted to make was that the questions posed in the staff recommendations, some of them I have some discomfort with. And just for example, the third one was, is the Regional Development Fund an appropriate vehicle for funding such activities? If we already kind of know that we don't think it's an appropriate vehicle, then why would we go and ask? So I think when we do the questions later, I'll pay a lot of attention to that. And the targeted rating for Te Waka we haven't even talked about yet, but it did seem very strange to me that we would target rate and not include one of our main part of the economy, like from the rural or ag side of things, and it would only be, I think it said, commercial and industrial land. So I worry about the way that that's perceived if they're having agribusiness seminars and talking about that 8 to 10% of our economy, but it's kind of funded more from the commercial industrial. If you can help me figure that out, then I'm open to a targeted rate discussion, but how would you resolve that? Do you think it's already resolved because there are parts in the commercial industrial that cover that ag sector enough, or just the perception thing for me?
Yeah, so I think the discussion was around a rate on business, and where would you draw the lines around those businesses? Conscious, I guess, that there's a lot of other activities that are focusing in terms of that rural sector. This is an opportunity around the capture of that more commercially focused group who Te Waka are also working to support and enable.
That's fair enough. I'm kind of opening my mind up more because there is so much around our rural sector in that commercial and industrial space. So I could get my head around it. It's just perception I'd want to manage well.
Okay, are you gonna, yeah, Blair's gonna have, wait a minute, I just gotta get you a red light. So the speaking order I've got is Clarkson, Cookson, Strange, Dunbar, Smith. So if I can get you to turn off your lights, there we go.
The only other thing that I'd add to that is that I guess with farm businesses, they're almost universally selling into processors or other intermediate things, which will be captured by these rates. So if you were to charge both, it's almost like 2 bites of the cherry.
I think if we described that so that if people didn't have the initial reaction like I did, then I think it would be fine because what you're saying is logical. Okay. So I think it'd be interesting to hear from others what they thought about the targeted rating thing. But I'm done. Yeah, I'll listen to others now.
All right, Bruce.
Thank you. I'll try and keep this short. I don't support Te Waka getting the full amount. I've sat through a couple of meetings with them in this chamber, and I still have some concerns about their ability to self-fund things. And I think they should be putting more effort into that aspect of the way they get funded rather than just looking towards the Waikato Regional Council. So I'm not sure about the level of that, but I mean, everybody in the country at the moment is doing a bit of a cutback, so 500k sounds about right to me. Having said that, yeah, just seeing other parts of the country where similar groups are operating, for example, Taranaki, Venture Taranaki in particular, I get to hear more about what they're up to and their successes. Now, it may well be because of my origin, but I don't think it is. They seem to be more out there in the face of all of this and getting the message out. And they're really proactive about self-funding too. So that's my comment on Te Waka. The Regional Development Fund, my understanding is looking at page 694, we're talking about 4 million. That is in retention. Is that being held? I wasn't quite sure I understood how that has already been accounted for in the current proposals that we're looking at, but I definitely support the ideas that came forward from Mikhail and Warren and Jen about how we might think about how we use some of that money to do some of the things that are currently missing out in the business cases. And the obvious one for me, given the title of this topic, which is to do with community connection and all the rest, was the Natural Heritage Fund and how we might use that in some way to assist that shortfall, that making up the lack of increase over a very significant period. And also the collective impact project came to mind as well. So those are two areas where I think, and as Mikhail's one on the spatial plan too, absolutely. I think these are good ideas to consider. I have looked at the terms of reference that you recirculated, Janine, and I noticed that they are still in draft, and I'm assuming that there might still be a bit of tweaking needed around the wording to ensure that we're following a proper process. I did feel, though, having read the text, that it was quite enabling in relation to other well-beings, including environmental well-being. But the way it was framed clearly was about the economy in a very, what I consider anyway, a very narrow sense. So, yeah, I'm interested in exploring that possibility. I think it's really important that we use the funding that we get from investment and to progress the things we as an organisation are trying to achieve. And I think that was the point that was being made about Te Waka, not necessarily linking in with us to the extent that it should. I mean, the governance is still a problem. It's somewhat separated from the Regional Council. And again, I'm not particularly convinced about some of the reporting back that I've heard about the way they are undertaking their business. So, yeah, that's from me. You've got my two views there. Thank you.
If I could just make a comment through, Madam Chair, just on the very last point that Councillor Clarkson's raised regarding their governance membership. It has been raised, what would the opportunity be to have another look at it? They've indicated due to their constitution and how they're set up that there's certain restrictions, but they have indicated to me that they are open to having a look at their constitution and changing it to perhaps enable some type of WRC representation, elected member representation on it. Just FYI.
All right, anything else? Nope. Angela, Councillor Strange. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. Councillor Cookson and Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I 100% endorse the end of Bruce's conversation there. Even by cutting half their budget, and maybe they should be shifting into this building because we've got enough office space without them leasing offices and things without, then we're paying for that as well. So I've got issues. Should they actually be in here and not somewhere else? To the Regional Development Fund, yeah, I 100% agree that I'd rather that gets used on stuff that on business plans of maybe buying land that we want to use as a wetland, or it could benefit communities, or maybe that's a better place for that money to be spent than actually just doing funding things that don't seem to accomplish a lot. They say they send out a lot of good, pretty photos and things, and are they actually accomplishing things to do? I don't know. I'd rather see our that money used in our own biodiversity and restoration of our communities around the region, instead of putting all that pressure on landowners to give up their own land for free. Why can't we start buying, or even buying it at a discounted rate, that those things can start happening? So that's what I'd like to see. Thank you.
They're strange. Or you skip it for now? For now? I'm going to come back to you. Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Thank you. Just to clarify, so in terms of our current fund, investment fund, which we've been using up till now to pay for both the Te Waka and regional development, that money is basically not available anymore, is it? There's only 1.9 million left, whereas we used to have 3.2 million.
That's correct. So the budget that we have presented assumes that the Regional Development Fund is ceased, so there's no requirement for funding there, and that the contribution to Te Waka is currently assumed to be funded through the general rate.
Yeah. So when it talks on here on page 385 that there is 3.979 million of unallocated RDF pool funding, is that basically 397,000 a year for 10 years? I mean, how does that?
So that is basically from the historic investment fund returns that have been set aside into the Regional Development Fund. So from previous distributions versus what Council has approved in terms of applications to the fund. So we get left with a residual of, call it $4 million, which I guess is where people are saying, how could we utilise that around some biodiversity initiatives, I guess is the key sounding that's coming through. Just to clarify that the assumptions that we have around the investment fund at the moment in the budget assume that the unspent returns from the fund are returned to the fund.
Right. So we could also use some of that for ongoing Te Waka funding if we didn't want to go to a general rate or a targeted rate.
Yes, you could, but I think it's important to separate the decisions. So there's a decision around the cessation of the Regional Development Fund. That needs to be made. And then there's a decision around how might the funds that are accumulated be applied. So, and I think the decisions need to be taken in that order. But yes, technically, we could release those funds to Fund Te Waka.
And it could be on a limited term basis, a 3-year basis rather than a 10-year basis.
Yep.
Because that would still leave us. I mean, I'm like Bruce, I'd be happy with 500,000 a year. I think we used to be 300, we've gone to 700.
Which was for a 3-year period from the last.
So that would 1.5 million off that. It would still leave 1.5 million plus more than that for biodiversity or something else like that. You wouldn't have to necessarily go to a target rating process.
Targeted rating process.
Oh, going up and
businesses. Business target.
Oh,
rate.
no, that's correct. Yep.
Right. Well,
it would take 750,000 off our rates requirement through the term of the LTP.
I think it's important to have a regional development agency. It's not sensible to bring it in-house here. One of the things that when this was first set up, a lot of the TAs object to regional council becoming an economic development agency in itself, and any perception of that upsets all the TAs who've all got economic development managers, and they think, what are you doing? You're trying to control us or tell us what to do. So it's sensible that it sits apart. Sorry?
So just continue on, Ben.
The other point is that this government, the new government, is still looking at funding city and regional infrastructure deals. So we do need somewhere to coordinate and help with that. Now, we don't have the staff in-house with that, but they could certainly work closely on this. There is money out there from central government available, and it will need to be delivered 1.2 billion relatively fast. Queued up. So I would not like to see it disappear, certainly in the next 3 years, but I'd be happy at 500k. And I think it could be funded from the money that's sitting there in the unallocated pool and still have money left aside for biodiversity or other projects.
Councillor Strange.
Yeah, food for thought. I'll start off with the RDF. Yeah, thank you, Connie and Blair, for your work on this report, and also over the years on the RDF as well. I know that you put a lot of time in to make those applications a success, and thank you for that. In my opinion, the RDF has been really successful in delivering quite a region-wide distribution and realisation for economic development. Current people who are receiving that fund at the moment are doing some really good things in the whole region, and I know that Randall as well has a few things waiting in the wings. So yeah, I think we can look back on that and see that it was successful for its time. However, there were problems with case by case rather than having everything come at the same time, so we know what we're looking at for the whole time period. I like that we are going to formally consult ending it. I think that's appropriate for people to give us their views on that. Yeah, and thank you, Jen, for raising about Te Waka and how we fund that through a targeted rate, and Blair for your explanation about how the primary industries fit in and that narrative around that. In regards to Te Waka, I agree with Ben that we do need an EDA, especially with central government funding that is coming. I just would like a bit more robustness around their accountability with people who sit around the board coming from the Waikato and really having no perceived conflicts, I suppose you might say. Yeah, I'm not sure on the amount of that. I wouldn't want to see it drop too low, less than what we were previously funding of 300. I think that's way too low. I'd be comfortable with 500 up to the 750, which we're currently doing. Open to some consultation around rating businesses. But can you just clarify for me the 1.9 that is in the reserve, which I suppose we're using for rates offset? Is that what it is?
Oh, the 1 point, it's from the investment
1.9?
fund distribution. Yep.
Yep. So traditionally we've taken Te Waka from that pool of money, and that's reduced the rates subsidy?
Yeah, so effectively the position that we're in for the LTP is being able to hold the rate subsidy at a similar level to what we've had, but there is insufficient distribution then left available from the fund to fund Te Waka and for any contribution to what has been the Regional Development Fund to be made. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I probably agree with Ben that looking at it as a 3-year time period and then reviewing again is a good way to go, but I'm undecided about the amount. So.
Noel, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. As far as the RDF goes, I absolutely support stopping it. I've always been of the opinion that council should set its strategic direction and support the projects that it wants to see over the post, rather than rating people and giving it away. And whilst there is often and more often than not leverage with other dollars, it's not necessarily the most pressing priority that the council would have in its strategic direction. So I'd like to see absolutely RDF consultation to take it for touch. Then comes the issue of distribution, and I think that's a discussion for another day rather than today. As far as Te Waka goes, I think it was Bruce that alluded to a couple of presentations in the, what it is, 12, 16 months that we've been here. And I think our short-term memory is either failing or we've forgotten that we were totally unimpressed with the quality of the presentation, the glossy brochures, and not a lot of substance. And there was a discussion that followed that we wanted to see some milestones, some staging points, whatever, where we could tick them off and release the money, not just hand over a great sum of money and hope for the best. My own personal opinion was that they were feathering their own nest rather than the needs of the region. So, and it was empire building that came across to me personally. So, Te Waka, I think it's the personalities involved as opposed to what the aspirations. And I remember Te Waka being created. It was Alice Fisher, if I remember, was the first chair. All good intentions, but when he left, it seemed to go in a different direction, and the personalities became bigger than what. And quite honestly, as Bruce said, we hear about other regions, and I haven't heard one thing apart from the two presentations about Te Waka outside of this room. We don't hear about what they do. We've not seen evidence. When Chris Hughes asked for the financials, told to go away, nothing's there. We're not getting feedback. If we can't see what our dollars are actually achieving and being spent on, it just cannot be supported. I don't hand over $500,000 or $750,000 to somebody and say, oh, good luck, and kiss the money goodbye without knowing what I'd be damn fool. I wouldn't have any money left. The reality is, what are the returns? Where's the presentation that we had was glossy out there, and I don't wave my hands around, willy-nilly at times, but the reality is I didn't really feel I got anything out of those presentations. So if I'm feeling like that, the one or two comments around this table have been, they need to improve, pull them back. But we pull them back And unless we set parameters, we're still no better off. So, yeah, there's got to be a hell of a lot more for them to come up to scratch for me to support this, Madam Chair. And the reality is, I can't see why we should support them unless we have it stepped out in front of us, what their business case is, what they expect to achieve, not what they've done. I want to know before the dollars are handed over. In fact, if there was a vote of confidence, I would vote no confidence at the moment. Thank you.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know I've already spoken, but I thought just a couple of points I'd like to make. First of all, answering the question that Robbie made about the premises. At the moment, my understanding is that they're getting a mates rate steel from Simon Perry, and they've also got a hub there of other non-profit organisations. So, you know, I wouldn't want to be party to disrupting what they've got there, because one of the things we talked about previously was encouraging them to consolidate like type organisations and share the funding rather than each one of them doing their own thing. And there's economies of scale, so that's the first point. The second point I'd like to make, in terms of funding, if we are going to fund them, then my preference is very much for a targeted rate, because that then shifts attention on them to actually deliver and to be accountable to the ratepayers, rather than coming from a nebulous fund which has nothing. There's just no tension between ourselves and them. So if we are going to fund, then I believe it must come from a rate, which means that we can move the tension to the ratepayers rather than ourselves.
Is if we take up Chris's support, if we go out to consultation and the business community, commercial community come back and say, not a hope in hell, we're not going to support this, what's the option? Are we going out with saying, and the decisions will be for another day, so I'm just raising this as, if it's rejected by the business community, is there a second option that it's general rate funded? And if so, so it's, we've got to think a little bit further ahead.
Can we get an answer to that question? And then I've got Councillor Mahuta online.
Yeah, so that is probably how, if we were to consult on the topic, that is how we would frame it in terms of support for Te Waka, and then that could be via a targeted rate on business, it could be via the general rate, or it could be through utilisation of funds that haven't been spent through the Regional Development Fund. Council will, through that, need to have a preferred option as a starting point. But then you can get the feedback from the community around the decision to fund to start with, but the funding mechanism. So you would get, I think, with that type of range of options, a range of views on the topic as well from different sectors of the community. 3.
Councillor Mahuta.
Kia ora, Pamela, just to the matter on Te Waka. Just when we did enter into this, I think the models used for us to reflect upon were Auckland and the Bay, and where their economic development agencies had caused a multiplier of benefits across their areas. To other councillors' points, I think we needed to measure Te Waka by those multipliers. That's why we can't see through to their development potential. My own thing is, timing is key. This is a suite of governments who's in their different agreements. It's regional development that what they want to empower. So I'm not saying keep or lose Te Waka, but then who takes place of them to have that conversation as a nexus for regional investment, if not Te Waka. So it's a question, but in my mind, they're there. Shorten the runway, ask the people how much they need them, but at least we have a vehicle to lean into that development opportunity, as I understand it's going to come all out of Wellington shortly. Kia ora.
Thanks for that, Tipa. Councillor Niban.
So I'm just cogitating what Tipa just said and what Chris said as well, and I'm I'm quite open to testing that. I mean, some of the stuff that's going through my mind is we don't often get a great response to our consultation processes, and I don't know what you were thinking, Chris, but I'm kind of envisaging Te Waka would get out on the beat and perhaps do a little bit of lobbying as well. I mean, they would be wise to. I'm guessing they'd probably want to get round all the district business areas. It wouldn't just be Hamilton-centric, because, I mean, they do quite a bit of work in Otorohanga and Waitomo. I know that for a fact. They set up workshops down there. I'm just on what Tip is talking about, I'm kind of wondering whether we should entertain a combined model for the next LTP of some base funding on the back of what we've been doing, and a portion of targeted just to try and do that testing rather than just completely yank the rug out of them. Because, I mean, we know that we don't always get great responses to our consultation processes, and you're asking a business community across the region all of a sudden come together and have a say when they've never ever done that before, on anything, Yeah. And look, I've never forgotten the Waitomo Mayor a number of years ago was getting a bit of stick from some of the big cockies in the King Country, and there's some big operators down there. And he said to them, how often do you guys got together and put a bit of time into submitting on the Waitomo district plan? And they said, never. So that's the sort of stuff we're up against. I'll just chuck that one out there, right?
Thank you for that. Just in terms of my views on some of this, I agree with stopping the RDF. So you posed sort of two questions and made sure to direct us to that they are separate questions. So I'm in support of stopping the RDF and looking at how at other ways we can utilize that, utilize and distribute those funds. In terms of Te Waka, I think I've been very clear in the past that I have found them extremely helpful in my role. And I suppose it's interesting, Councillor Clarkson, you were saying that you hear more about venture Taranaki. I don't hear about them. And so I suppose it is a bit what audiences are we a part of, right? Because I certainly hear about activities of Te Waka in various areas across our region, and am impressed with the coverage they have been able to achieve, given that they do not get significantly funded. As I think it was Jen who was pointing out how they're one of our investment as a region in an EDA is at one of the lower levels across the country. And as I've said before, I wouldn't want to see the fourth largest region in this country not have an economic development agency. And just building on the comments from Councillor Mahuta, we are seeing signals from this government that they are expecting regions, sub-regions to come together. And I think that having an agency that can work alongside us as we navigate that spatial plan that or that spatial planning development that we've discussed earlier today, I think that they have a role to play in that, and would certainly advocate for continuing to support them at the current level of 750, as long as we are going through that process around the accountabilities piece. I think that we have had that conversation with them in the past about some transparency, about our opportunities to engage at that governance level, and also to reiterate some of the conversations we've had in the past around what we expect to see them reporting to us on and in what way. So a condition of that support would be a pretty fulsome discussion around transparency and accountabilities. In terms of the RDF and distributions, I think that there is that option around the Natural Heritage Fund. And I thought that was a really interesting point that Councillor Nicol brought up the other day around if we had inflation adjusted the contribution, what that would look like today, and how much would be available for us to support these community initiatives that we all know have real support in various areas across our region. So I certainly would support us looking at that as a mechanism to utilize that funding to continue to do the work that we are statutorily required to do. So that's just my thoughts on that. So do you need anything more from us right now to progress things in your modeling?
I think what we will need to do, because there's a number of decision points that are actually required within that. I think probably the one that's clear is around ceasing the Regional Development Fund. But we still have alive the level of funding for Te Waka. Views are mixed on that. And then there is what happens with the residual from the Regional Development Fund around where that might sit, and obviously still how Te Waka may be funded, and if we're going to consult on it, exactly what those consultation options may be, but where consultation options are probably okay, we can work through that, but what is council's preferred option in terms of what we're actually going to base the budget that you'll approve shortly in a couple of days, what basis will we do that on?
Okay,
but we'll
frame
that up to bring back in terms of through that wrap and decision making.
Sure.
Ben,
did you have
If we've raised money for a regional development fund, I think there's some logic to developing some of it towards a EDA because it's still a regional development function. It's just a thought.
Good point. All right. Okay, councillors. It is 2:56. I had grand plans of what we were going to do today. I guess I just want to test. I know it is this close to 3. We are not going to get through the sustainable peatlands business case this afternoon. I'm looking around to see any appetite for the Te Māori item 14.16.
Can I ask why we have to stop at 3? Because it was diabolical on the school traffic out there. So most of us would be, still in traffic by 4. So why do we have to stop at 3?
Because that was the methodology we had discussed yesterday, and I had a number of councillors say to me that 3 was a limit for them, and so I was just trying to ensure that our process was one that supported good decision making for this council.
But the chair is consulting with us right now and asking us about what we're up for, and I was one of the people who suggested the 3. For the reason that we do tend to flag somewhat in the afternoon, but having seen where we've got to today, I'm up for carrying on a bit longer.
So my feedback is it depends, can we complete tomorrow or are we into Friday? Because if we're going to be into Friday, and it is what it is, will be what it will be, then bugger off now, but if you think we can complete tomorrow, it's probably worth hanging out. But
I would really like to see us do the item 14.16 today. I think that's a conversation we should be able to get through.
Is that the Te Māori?
That's the Te Māori one. I would like us to hold the peatlands one until tomorrow. And we've got to remember tomorrow we also have to revisit the biodiversity biosecurity one.
Madam Chair, I've got to go because I've got a meeting to go to, but I'm quite happy for you to carry on. I'm happy to carry on Friday. I don't want it because I think we're at the stage now where we've kind of, a lot of the business cases we've added on, and I think there will be a lot of discussion that we'll need to have, so I'm happy with Friday.
I guess, again, my rationale for knocking one more off today is that then we only have 2 outstanding, so it does allow staff overnight to have some feedback from this council on at least one more, and that way our modeling is just a little bit more fulsome.
Can I also ask, how much do we really need to discuss the activity But if it's all the groups of activities, section 4, page 59, how much of that do we really need to debate in detail, if at all? Can I just ask you to think about that?
Can we think about, well, we're not going to get to that today.
No, but
so can I just get an indicator? Can we do the Te Māori one, or are we calling it today? Okay. All right. Okay. Because we do have Jen online, we still have Tippa online, and Angela is going to join online. So we still have representation.
Do you have a view before you go, Mikhail? Do you have a view on this one before you go?
I'd rather we do it on a full tank if you're asking me. I'd hate to, some of it somewhat contestable all term to do it the last thing in the afternoon. I just don't think it's got a funny taste. Lack of attention, lack of commitment, in my view.
We still do have the full complement, though, if people are online. Because Jen? Oh, sorry. Did I misinterpret?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Tippa's making the point that we're getting a bit flagged and people not giving it their full attention to listen to the justification, which I'm happy to endorse.
All right. So on one hand, I have people saying, why am I stopping us at 3? And on the other hand, I'm also having people say, oh, we're all flagging. So based on that, we're going to call it today. All right. So we will come back tomorrow and we will start with the peatlands. We'll do the Te Māori. We will revisit the biodiversity biosecurity.
Can we seriously consider working later tomorrow now?
Absolutely.
Please?
Yes, I do hope that everybody can give some thought to ensuring that in their calendar they have through until at least 5 o'clock, hopefully whatever it takes to get through.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. All right. So we will adjourn the meeting, but we'll do a karakia. So can we just, yeah?
Is Greg there? Greg, you had a good piece of news, didn't you? I was just wondering if we should just pass that on before we complete. He's passed it on already. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to draw to your attention. We've been successful in obtaining 2.3 million from the government to support our flood recovery in our catchments. Projects across the Coromandel, Waiho,
well done,
Waikato, West Coast. So yeah, and this is on top of the funding we already got for Graham's Creek and Coromandel pre-Christmas. So great outcome.
Thanks, Greg. I'll just.
Okay, let's just.
I'll just close with a karakia. Unahia mai te uru tapanui, kia wātea, kia māmā, inako te tainana te hininaro, i te ara takatu, koe e rongo, e whakaria, aki ki runga, kia tina, huie, ai kie.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, staff. We'll close, or sorry, not close, adjourn at 3:03.